Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November Breeding Stock Sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th. Welcome to Keeneland College Scholarship Day on this Friday, October 18th. Scott and Gabby with you here on Today at Keeneland. $40,000 in college scholarships being distributed over the course of the afternoon. Gabby, 10 $2,000 scholarships presented by the KTA and Keeneland, and then two $10,000 college scholarships presented by Lane's End.
It's an important day for our students, so we definitely welcome them this afternoon. I think we're going to expect a big crowd today at the track, and it's a good thing because competitive racing, and it's a beautiful day.
It is a gorgeous day. We'll get to the weather in just a bit with WKYT, but let's take a look back to yesterday. And if you bet favorites, you had a good day. Favorites were scoring left and right. Nanda Deo, not a favorite in race number 4, but she was live on the board. I think she was around 3-1. The Argentinian import for Ignacio Correas and Jose Ortiz, she was traveling well throughout that race and really put on quite a display in race number 4.
Uncle Jim as well, first-time starter for trainer Brad Cox. Florent Giroux aboard as well. This horse was super impressive, rated really nicely, and then had that proverbial turn of foot coming down the lane. Was a Keeneland September sales graduate, hip number 1825.
Double clutch, cutting back in distance for Calumet Farm. Rusty Arnold, half-brother to Gear Jockey, able to score in race number 6. Another win for Jose Ortiz, and doing so for Rusty out there in the winner's circle in the 6th race. And then Aussie Girl, this is why it pays to tune into Today at Keeneland.
Yeah. Absolutely love this filly. That's what Will Walden said. He's a sharp trainer, sharp guy, and he's picked up some really nice horses with Woodford from Europe. Olivia Meralda was one of them. She was another one, an Aussie Girl, and they get that impressive victory. As we look at the jockey trainer standings, Brad Cox still atop the leaderboard with 9, as well as Tyler Gaffleone, who is back in action today after serving a 2-day suspension the last couple of days.
Yeah, he was sitting still. We thought that maybe they would be able to, well, they did cut a little bit into his lead, but they're still 3 and 4 back off the pace as far as Saez and Jose Ortiz. Flavian, he sits 5 back. Irad with 6 wins this meet. Brendan Walsh, Rudy Brisset, Cherie DeVoe, Chad Brown round out the top 5 as far as the jockey trainer standings coming into this Friday, October 18th. For more on the weather, as promised, here is WKYT.
We are tracking another beautiful day at the races. If you are planning on heading out the door for your Keeneland forecast, we're going to notice those temperatures not too bad. In fact, we're a little warmer than we were yesterday. They're going to be warming up towards the mid-60s by parts of our dinner time hours and our afternoon. Lots of sunshine. Still want to grab a light jacket because as soon as that sun goes away, we're going to watch those temps start to tumble. So make sure you take advantage of our beautiful Friday forecast. Enjoy the races.
10 of them today. We're going to keep you here throughout the afternoon, and fast and good conditions once again. Fast on the main track, turf listed as good. Our track conditions is always presented by our good friends and partners over at John Deere. Full card selections. Download the Keeneland Race Day app right now on your tablet or smartphone, and we'll take a look at those to kick off our handicapping portion of the program. And where do we come together? Not till the late double.
We agree in the late double and
3.
in the 3rd race. So number 8, race number 3, and then the late double 3, 3, 8, 3, 8. We agree on the exact in the last 2.
Got news for you. The fire emoji is back on the Keeneland Race Day app for me.
Did you, okay, seriously though, did you have a good day yesterday?
I did have a good day yesterday.
That's because favorites won.
Yes. I knew you were going to say that. I threw you the softball. You knocked it out of the park. So full card selections, Keeneland Race Day app, social media. Go ahead and give us a follow on X at Keeneland Racing, Facebook at Keeneland, Instagram at Keeneland, and FanDuel TV. They've got their Twitter or X account rolling throughout the course of this Keeneland meet and getting ready for Breeders' Cup as well. But most importantly, download the FanDuel TV Plus app, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. You can not only catch race day coverage on FanDuel on that FanDuel TV Plus app, but also today at Keeneland. So again, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, one of your favorite connected devices. Race number 8 is our feature.
I give you a hard time. I do, but it's hard to even pick favorites here because you have to pick the right favorites. Not all the favorites are winning. So tip of the cap to you for the fire emoji. I hope one day I can get the fire emoji. Will you let me know if I get it?
I will.
Okay.
It requires you checking your Keeneland Race Day app. How about that?
Okay, I'll get on that.
Race number 8, our featured non-motors of 2 allowance race, 5.5 furlongs on the good listed turf course to start the day at the very least. This race goes at 4:44 Eastern Time, and Just a Care is the morning line favorite at odds of 2-1. Also, Port Townsend deserving respect for Blue Heaven Farm and Cherie DeVoe, and teams back up with Brian Hernandez Jr. with this filly. She comes into this race off of a 6-month layoff. I end up going in the direction of this Uncle Mo filly, given her first 2 races sprinting on the turf that came at Fairgrounds. She was a winner, and then she won again. And most recently, 6 months back in the springtime, she ran in the Grade 3 Giants Causeway. She was 43-1 that day and just simply could not keep up when the racing was really laid down, and won by Roses for Deborah and Elm Drive and Love Reigns in that race. But a pretty impressive run here at Fairgrounds at the beginning of March for her to pull this victory off, as she still had plenty of work to do. It looked like the 4 was going to be able to outlast her on this afternoon, Royal Flower, but she wears her down. She comes back here. That was a good listed turf course that she ran over at Fairgrounds, but last time out, she was just in far too tough at that stage of her career, jumping out of a first-level allowance condition to a Grade 3 and tackling a very, very good mare in Roses for Deborah. So I'll take a shot with Port Townsend. The 3, the second selection, Just to Care for Rusty Arnold. She's coming off of a 7-month layoff as well. Last seen in the Lightning City, where she lost the rider at the 8th pole, and that was her race. So she's looking for another win on the turf course over the course of her career, having just a record as far as 1 for 6 on the turf course. But she makes sense. Saez going to Rusty Arnold. And then Golden Hostess, a South African import for Graham Motion. Mm-hmm. What's with the South Africans now coming into the country, being allowed to come into the country as far as the equine athletes?
Well, we, meaning FanDuel, we're actually doing a feature on Isivungu Vungu, who it was another South African import for Grand Motion. And that horse is actually headed to the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. But there was a 13-year ban on South African imports to the United States, and they recently have lifted that ban. So these horses are able and eligible to be shipped here.
And she's been here for a while, and her figures are right up there with these fillies in here. So watch out for Golden Hostess, the South African mare coming into the United States. She's coming off of a 7-month layup, but like I said before, she's been here for quite some time. So 6-3-1, those are my plays in race number 8, our featured race.
All right, I'm going to go to the 4. How about Dem Apples as the top selection for trainers? How about Dem Apples? That's what I'm going to be saying when she crosses the finish line first, and hopefully I have a win wager on her. Look, I think there are a lot of nice fillies in here, and she's probably not the best horse in the field, but she at least has recency. She raced in August at Kentucky Downs. She raced in early August at Colonial Downs, and I honestly think that could give her the jump on the field. Just to Care, who's a filly that she has to beat, hasn't raced since February. Golden Hostess hasn't raced since February. Port Townsend hasn't raced since April. So there's a theme here. I'm going with a horse that might not be the best horse, but I do think that she has recency, and that should help her. She also has IRAD aboard her today. They put the blinkers on her for the first time today as well. She's a filly that can kind of get into the rut of losing, but I think the blinkers on will help sharpen her up. And honestly, I wouldn't mind if she's even on the lead today and say, catch me if you can. She has enough natural speed in order to put herself in that position. In terms of form, I think Just to Care is certainly the horse to beat. She's quick, too. She could be the pace. I think the speed definitely comes from these 2 horses. And then to round out the trifecta, I threw in the 8, Isabel Alexandra. Jose Ortiz does get the mount here for Gustavo Delgado. She at least got 1 race under the belt last time out. Prior to her last race, Scott, she hadn't raced since the spring. So she probably needed that last race. That was at the Belmont and Aqueduct meet, maybe a little bit too far for her, going 6 furlongs. And now she shortens up a little bit, second off the layoff to 5.5. The reason why I didn't use Port Townsend is the connections. They're bet here because of the meet they've had, and you have to kind of pick your spots going against horses like this. I don't think she beat much at Fairgrounds, and I think she was exposed when she did face Stakes Company in her last start. So I was on the fence with her, considering the price we potentially will get.
We'll see who goes favorite. I mean, this is another race. Who's actually going to end up going favorite in this race? So we'll see how it turns out. Race number 8. For more on the featured 8th event, here's Tom Leach.
Just a Care has not raced since back in the winter when she took a spill as the favorite in a race at Tampa. Talked with trainer Rusty Arnold, and he said it took her a while to get over that incident, but she's doing very well coming into this race.
We tried to go on train with her. She was just sore from the fall, so we gave her a couple of months off and brought her back, and I think we have her in pretty good shape.
How is she trained?
Trained really well. We've put a lot of works, one of them on the turf course, I think, most of them on the training track. She loves the artificial track down there, trains well on it. It's been good to her, and she's ready to roll.
What do you remember about the race here where she ran so well in the spring, and then how is she better now than she was then?
I don't know that she was better. I thought she was very good then. She just got beat. I think that's the race we're talking about. She was second coming back and then got good this winter. And she's been hard to keep good, but I think we've got her in pretty good shape right now.
A lot of upside left?
A lot of upside left to her.
Luis Saez has the mount on Just Care, and he was aboard this filly when she had those two really good efforts that preceded the spill at Tampa. Port Townsend also coming off a long layoff, but when she was switched to the grass for the first time last winter at the fairgrounds, she really perked up. Won decisively first time out, came back for a nice win, first try against winners for jockey Brian Hernandez.
When she was down there in New Orleans, she was really impressive. She broke her maiden, and then she came right back with a little time off and won the one other day down there. I haven't been on her since, but she seems to be doing well. We'll see what she can deliver for us on Friday.
Seemed to really blossom on the turf. Was that expected?
Yeah, Cherie kind of thought that was kind of the forte for her. She thought once she got her down there on the turf like she did, that she'd kind of step up her game, and fortunately she did.
Again, the top two choices in here are coming off lefts, so it's going to be interesting to see if there's a significant amount of money that shows up on either one of them, because from these trainers, both of them could certainly be ready to fire.
Yeah, and that's going to be the key as far as coming off these layoffs for these horses. But perhaps being a shorter distance, layoffs are okay. I mean, that might be another aspect to just not worry yourself so much with the layoffs coming back going 5.5 furlongs.
I always say that with turf sprints, you don't have to be fit enough, you have to be fast enough,
right,
and you have to steer clear from trouble. Sometimes you can get away with maybe a lack of fitness going into a turf sprint, but we'll see. I mean, you also have to consider their form, and I do think that Just a Care comes in with the strongest form.
Let's get into our key races. Race number 5 starts the Friday pick 6. $1 minimum wager there. It's a starter allowance race for 3-year-olds and up, which have started for a $10,000 claiming tag over the last 2 years, 23 to 24, 1.1 miles the distance, no scratches, full field of 11, and Hoodlum installed as the 3-1 morning line favorite. The son of Pioneer of the Nile for Alstall Jr. Comes back to Keeneland for the second time in his career. I was fortunate enough to be there in this race that we're going to roll back at Churchill Downs at the end of September. This is right after the September sale. Went over to Churchill Downs on this day, and Hoodlum was very impressive and really dug in and showed a lot of gameness to win this race. And the heavy favorite in this race was Anna Spree, who ends up finishing third this afternoon. But Alstall Jr. with Luan Machado has won back-to-back races, and you can see Anna Spree's coming close to him, but he just gets up right in time going a mile and 16th. He's won going a mile and an eighth. His race going a mile and an eighth at Ellis Park from a speed figure was a hair better, at least from what I've gotten from him. Now, the buyer doesn't suggest that you've got, but still, Hoodlum in form in this starter allowance race. 5 wins this year from 8 starts. All roll with Hoodlum all day long in race number 5, 2, 3, and 4 Indian Gulch. He's got course form. He was 4th in that race that we just showed you at Churchill Downs on the 22nd of September, showing the gap as far as from these top 2 selections, in my opinion. And then Translucent, I don't know what to do with him. I mean, he's shown up in starter ranks. He's run against some of these horses in the past. He was in and against Next in the Greenwood Cup at Parks. Next won by 10 that day, going 1.5 miles. He could get some attention. We'll see how he fares. I have a tough read on Translucent, but I think you got to respect him just coming out of a race where he was just way overmatched. So 2, 3, and 4 for me in race 5.
Truculent.
What did I say?
Translucent.
Truculent. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to talk about race 5 a little bit later.
Thinking about last Friday.
What was there a translucent? Oh. Okay, touche. Race 5, I'm going to talk about a little bit later because it's my best angle of the day, and I'll give you a little tidbit. It's not any of the top 3 horses that you have. Best angle of the day.
Okay,
Moving on.
that's it. I got a little distracted. Race number 4. Here's your key race. No scratches in here. Cupid's Crush, 7-5 morning line favorite on the outside.
Yeah, just a field of 8 for this 1/16 event. It's a allowance race. It's a really good race, but the curious thing about it, Scott, there are a lot of horses in here that are dirt horses that are trying the turf for the first time or trying the turf the first time in a long time. The 1 Magical Loot being one of them, the 2 Quattro Evinte being one of them for Paulo Lobo, South American import. The horses who have the most turf pedigree, or not turf pedigree, but turf experience, are the 2 outside horses, Cupid's Crush, who's coming in from Canterbury, and the 7 Lukewarm. I think Lukewarm is a really nice filly, and she's going to continue to get better and better. We'll roll back her race last time out. This was at Kentucky Downs when she cut back to the mile. She's managed to pull off wins on the main track at Pimlico, on the turf course at Delaware, over heavy ground at Colonial by 4 lengths, and then she took that form and applied it to Kentucky Downs, and she managed to pull off this win, and it was visually impressive. I mean, her turn of foot and just the sustained bid coming down this long stretch at Kentucky Downs, she managed to get this win. Now, when I was handicapping this race 3 days ago, I loved her because I loved Justifiable Belle, who I also picked yesterday. Unfortunately, Justifiable Belle did not run well yesterday.
She did not.
She did not well. There were other horses in there, including Nacho Correas' horse, whose the name is escaping me right now, but she ran...
Nandadea?
No. That she ran in that race, and she finished 7th. So 2 horses have come out of that race to run yesterday, and they finished 6th and 7th. So I would say that is a bit of a concern, but Lukewarm, at least, she does look like an improving filly, and she's fast. She doesn't need the lead. I think this lead probably comes from the 8 Cupid's Crush. I truly think that it probably will come down to these 2, but the 4 Stir Crazy is interesting enough for me to throw her into the mix. She comes out of probably the toughest race. That was in the 1 Dreamer last time out at Kentucky Downs. She didn't run well at all. She was 7th in that race, but she went against Safine, who is a graded stakes winner. Papilio was also in the race. She's a graded stakes winner. So in some ways, she's getting a little class relief, and I think she'll get lost in the wagering. I think the 2 outside horses will definitely be 1-2 choices. If you get 9-2, 5-1 on her, I think that's a very fair price.
I feel the same way, the same concerns you have about your top selection about Stir Crazy, because yesterday, she's the number 4 horse in this 4th race. I was all over She's Looking Lucky. She didn't do very much, and she was 2nd in the 1 Dreamer. Now, this is a filly that they're all individuals too. I think sometimes we overdo it and just trying to compare, okay, this horse beat him, then this filly ran poorly that day or ran great. I mean, you want to pay attention to those kinds of things. But also Kentucky Down form can add another layer to that, right? That's it. That's all you got to say about that, yeah. So that's our view on race number 4 here, an allowance race, which, by the way, we'll start the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Races 4, 8, and 10 are those 3 races for the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Let's get into our Clocker report. We'll go back to Lukewarm. Lukewarm, the filly that Gabby was just discussing, 9-5 in the morning line in race number 4. She got acquainted with the main track here at Keeneland on the 12th of October, breezed a half mile in 49-1 in a solo workout for Brittany Russell. 4-year-old filly comes into this turf route riding a 4-race win streak, and she's a perfect 2 for 2 on the grass, going a mile in the 16th. So working 49-2, 34th best of 93. And then in race number 7, Amarth, the number 8 horse, a daughter of McKinsey, drilled a half mile in 48 flat here on the 11th of October, working in company with the stablemate Candy Cause, a Candy Ride filly that broke her maiden second time out for trainer Eddie Keneally, took action in the windows on debut at Churchill, but an eventful start compromised her chances. Improvements in the cards this afternoon. So Lukewarm in race number 4, the 4, race number 7, Amarth, the number 8 on our Clocker report. Yeah, there's a bit of a story about that filly, too. She was bet like she couldn't lose first time out at Churchill Downs, and she did not run well at all. So sometimes that leads you to believe that they can really step up in their second start. So I thought she was very interesting today. Keeneland Turf Pick 3, as mentioned, it's races 4, 8, and 10 this afternoon, and the post time for the 4th race is 2:36 Eastern time, so set those alarms However, whatever it takes, get those plays in early in the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. 4, 7, and 8 in this first leg. Stir Crazy, the number 7 horse Lukewarm, and then Cupid's Crush, the 3 fillies I think that we agree on are the main players in race number 4. I'm going to take a stance. It's time that I take a stance in one of these.
Take it.
In one of these sequences, and I'm going to do that with the Cherie DeVoe filly.
Stand
and
strong.
the meat that she has. Thank you. And stand right there with me, Gabby. Port Townsend for Blue Heaven Farm coming into this race off the layoff. And then in the 10th and final, looking for some more coverage with that single coming in race number 8. I'll go 2, 3, 6, and 8. Thomas Aquinas coming into this race, taking the blinkers off at 16-1. Did I mispronounce that one? Aquinas. You're all over me. We'll take it. Trying grass for the second time in his career. The number 6 horse, Frontline Warrior for Shug and Irad and Woodford Racing. And then Legitimize, who's likely going to be the favorite for Tim Ham, a horse that's done nothing wrong in his 2 starts. So $36 investment. That's the idea behind the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3.
All right, my pick 4 is kind of expensive. $40 I'm throwing at the slate pick 4. Hopefully we get some prices and make it all worth it. The 3 Lyric Street 8-1 on the morning line is my top selection in the 7th race. She's a 2-year-old filly by Street Sense, has a really nice pedigree. The mare, the first dam, Mo Music, she was unraced, but the second dam was Harmony Lodge, who was a Grade 1 winner on the dirt. So the pedigree is there. The 8 Amarth I mentioned took money first time out, didn't really run to that, but did have some trouble in that event. The number 9 Map Out, first time starter for Joe Sharp, and then the 10 Brave Samantha I use in the 8th race, just using 2 horses. The strongest opinion is Stable Currency for Chris Block, 22 length winner last time out. 9th race, you can see the 2 horses that I use, the 3 and the 8, and then I spread. I have a lot of coverage in the 10th and final race, which I thought was a tricky allowance race.
Sales Grad Spotlight. Let's go to race number 7, maiden special weight at the about 7 furlong distance for the 2-year-old fillies, and we'll look at a first-time starter, the number 9 horse for Highlander Training Center. Her name's Map Out, trained by Joe Sharp. Filly by Liam's Map out of O Serafina, a daughter of Congrats, who is stakes placed. This is her first runner, the first dam of this filly, who we see in the sales ring back in 2023. She brought $160,000. Filly by Liam's Map, making her debut for Joe Sharp. Irad jumps into the saddle. Keeneland Sale Grad Spotlight shining on Map Out. I used her in the late pick 4, just because Irad's in the saddle. First time starter for Joe Sharp, and he's had a solid meet.
Yeah, and Joe, I feel like he doesn't always focus on winning first time out, but correct me if I'm wrong, didn't he have a first out winner here at the meet?
I don't know.
I know they all blend
recall.
together, but I think he did. Maybe it was a maiden claimer. I don't know. I think he did. I'm sure someone will text me.
They will. Get on that. Best angles, race 10. Let's go to the nightcap. We'll take it the 3. 10-1 on the morning line. What's wrong with this Colts-only turf race? That's what I asked. I think he handled the turf just fine at Ellis Park, and he was second behind Higgins' Boat. If memory serves correctly, he was a big price that day, but he verified that form, finishing second versus Stanks Company out of this race. This horse has been pretty steady over the course of his career, and he was only made 1 start at the age of 2. They got him going down at Oaklawn Park, and it really wasn't, it was a late start to his 2-year-old campaign, but then a continuation really right into it at Oaklawn. He's run 9 times over the course of his career. They ran him in the Arkansas Derby. He broke his maiden right after the Arkansas Derby. He's 10-1 on the morning line, back on grass. I will box him in an exacta along with the 2 and the 8. $2 exacta box. It's a $12 investment, but I think that we'll take it for the Willis Horton operation and Whisper Hill Farm. $700,000 Tapit colt bred by Mandy Pope and Whisper Hill Farm. You've got to take a closer look at him, given the horses he's run against. Ran well on turf. He was also running against Dragoon Guard, who's been a very useful runner for the Juddmonte operation, and Brad Cox this past summer.
I think I agree with you there. Yeah, I did. I picked that horse as well. So we're on the same page with regard to that. We are not on the same page for the 5th race.
Here we go.
You did pick Hoodlum in that race. I went to a horse that faced him last time out and lost against him in Indian Gulch. The price is going to be better on him. I know it's just 3-1, 4-1. I think there might be an even bigger discrepancy in odds by the time we get to post time. Do we have this replay? Let's roll it back. Here we go.
My paperwork says yes, and there it is.
Okay, so this is his race at Oaklawn, a race in which he won. I just wanted to show that this is the horse that is capable of winning. He actually had a really good year last year. He won at Oaklawn in February, and then he came back to win again at Oaklawn over the Muddy Seal track back on the 5th of May. Then he was sidelined for 4 months, and he came back in that race at Churchill Downs, the race against Hoodlum. I saw it as it having a very slow pace, 25 and 350 for the half, going a mile and its 16th at Churchill. This horse had no pace to close into. Hoodlum took advantage of that scenario. That is not the case today. Hoodlum is quick. He'll be forwardly placed. The one Moonstrike is quick. Forge and Fire is quick. Poulter is quick. There is so much speed in this race that I think it could set up for a closer, and that closer is the number 3. $25 to win.
25. Why not 50?
Hey, I might. Depends on how the first half of the card goes. Maybe I'll get into the early daily double, make some money.
Let's go to Tom Leach for his long shot of the day.
We'll go to race 9, go to the inside, the one horse, Quinn's Promise. Now, Quinn's Promise had an impressive maiden-breaking win down at Ellis back in late July, beating 2 really nice next-out winners. 69 Buyer was solid. I'll forgive that next run. I like the inside post position, going a mile and a 16th here. Quinn's Promise to spring a mild upset. More probably an overlay than a long shot in here, but good luck.
Thank you, Tom. One other note, I got a call this morning while I was preparing for this show from John Hancock, our dear friend, the trainer, and he loves Tapir's Valor. I shouldn't say loves. I got a voicemail. He says the horse is doing well. He's live today.
Were you allowed to?
He said tell
share
Gabby,
that on live
so I'm
television?
telling Gabby.
Okay,
right?
thank you.
You're Gabby, right?
It's noted. Steam horses haven't really been showing up this meet for me, though, so I don't know. It's going to be a game-time decision.
Race 2, the one, Tapir's Valor, Tyler Gaffley owns sticks. I've gotten 0 steam. Nobody's talked to me. Nobody wants to talk to me. I don't get it. Only this one.
Maybe because you say it on live television. I mean, maybe that's just a thought. I don't know.
For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy today, Keeneland. Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November Breeding Stock Sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th.
Wandering son returns. The older brother, who's been away from the family for over 1,000 days, is back. A little bolder, more sophisticated, stronger yet leaner. The all-new Land Cruiser resumes its place alongside the new, more dynamic Tacoma, the powerful Tundra, the legendary 4Runner, and the full-size adventuring Sequoia to reunite Toyota's 5 brothers. The family that plays together stays together. Toyota, let's go places.
Keeneland welcomes Pause and Listen to the paddock. Pause and Listen is the all-female ensemble audition from within the University of Kentucky's Women's Choir. They sing pop a cappella music and are wonderful ambassadors for the university, performing on a regular basis in concerts on and off campus and for various functions in the community. Pause and Listen is joined by the University of Kentucky, ROTC, to present the colors. First up, My Old Kentucky Home.
The sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the people are gay. The corn tops bright and the meadows in bloom, while the birds make music all the day. The young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by hard times come a-knocking at the door, then my old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, far away, away. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, far away.
Please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, as the rockets red bellows bursting, they proved through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Jonathan Livers with Culinary as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Jonathan. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is fast, the turf is good, the rail at 30 feet. On the turf course today, those are the John Deere track and turf conditions. Now the changes for the day. First race, where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes, and also the early pick five will begin. No carryover for that early pick five, no changes in the first race. Second race, start of the early pick four. In that second race, scratch number 3, War Mule. Scratch 13, Invisible. Scratch 15, Ennistown. And scratch 16, McAfee. That's in the second race. Scratch 3, War Mule. Scratch 13, Invisible. Scratch 15, Ennistown. And scratch 16, McAfee. Please note the 14 coming in hot draws into the race. 14 coming in hot. Draws into the race, jockey as programmed. One other note about that second race. Contrary to the program, number 1, Tapers Valor, first time reported gelding. The 1, Tapers Valor, first time reported gelding. Third race. Scratch 11, Coach Campbell. That's the third race. Scratch 11, Coach Campbell. Fourth race, start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 4, 8, and 10. In that fourth race, jockey for the 6, Hidden Connection, will be Christian Torres. Fourth race, jockey change on the 6, Hidden Connection, Christian Torres. Race 5, start of the pick 6, no carryover. There are no changes in race 5. Sixth race, start of the late pick 5, no carryover. Scratch the 1, Cash Me Up. That's the sixth race. Scratch the 1, Cash Me Up. Seventh race, start of the late pick 4. Scratch the 1, Cruz Chica. Scratch the 2, No Sleep Till Brooklyn. And scratch the 14, Bottomless Mimosa. Seventh race, scratch the 1, Cruz Chica. Scratch the 2, No Sleep Till Brooklyn. And scratch the 14, Bottomless Mimosa. Please note number 13 draws into the race. 13, Minnesota Money, draws into the race, jockey as programmed. Featured 8th race. Take out the 11, Whoop Car. Take out the 11, Whoop Car did not draw into the race. Couple of jockey changes on the 8, Isabel Alexandra, make the jockey Jose Ortiz. That's the 8, Isabel Alexandra, the jockey, Jose Ortiz. Number 9, Kendall Grace, the jockey, Andres Calleja. That's number 9, Kendall Grace, make the jockey, Andres Calleja. Also in that 8th race, there's an overweight, number 2, Make Up, the jockey, 5 pounds over. Number 2, Make Up, the jockey, 5 pounds over. 9th race, scratch number 5, 5 aside. That's the 9th race, scratch the 5, 5 aside. 10th and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Welcome to College Scholarship Day here at Keeneland Racecourse as we get set for 10 races on this gorgeous fall Friday afternoon. Temperatures going to be a little bit warmer today than what we've had over the last couple of days, Gabby. And College Scholarship Day, a total of $40,000 in college scholarships will be available for full-time students here this afternoon at Keeneland.
Always a very big day, an important day here at Keeneland. And as I was walking in this morning, I saw a long line of people waiting to get into the track today. I would imagine it's going to be a fun day, very crowded as well, and beautiful conditions, beautiful weather this afternoon.
Yeah, sun is shining once again. Our featured event, race number 8. It's a 5.5 furlong turf sprint, second level allowance race. Sharita Vo's got a strong hand to play in there, as does Rusty Arnold. We've also got a South African invader for Graham Motion making her first start in the United States, the number 1 horse.
Yeah, so Graham, I think, has gotten a couple of horses from South Africa, one of them being Isivungu, who's going to run in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. I practiced that all day yesterday, so I definitely know the horse's name. And, I mean, that horse has been successful in the States heading to the Breeders' Cup, so we'll see what this mare can do on the rail, 5-year-old mare and Golden Hostess. I like How About Dem Apples for Tracy trainer Safi Joseph Jr. Blinkers going on today. I think that'll really get her sharp. Definitely the 3 Just a Care is certainly the horse to beat, but she's obviously coming in off of a long layoff. Haven't seen her since February.
And Port Townsend back in against Allowance Company, the number 6 in that featured 8th event. Certainly live for Cherie DeVoe with Brian Hernandez jumping back into the saddle. We'll jump back into it at the top of the hour. 10 races on College Scholarship Day this Friday here at Keeneland. Race number 1, 19 minutes to post. Started the early pick 5. First double of the day. Kicks off with the opener, as does the first of many pick 3s this afternoon. This first race to be run at the about 7 furlong distance on the Beard course. Main track listed as fast, as we heard. This is a $62,500 claimer for 3 and up, which have not won 3 races or straight 3-year-olds. Pretty competitive field, and horses that are changing things up, dropping in class, trying new surfaces, cutting back in distance, a mix of different horses coming from different scenarios, which makes it a challenge. And I go to the 8 horse in Own the Field, who's just clicked down to the 5-2 favorite, and due in large part to his form at this distance of 7 furlongs. He's run going 7/8 in his last 2 starts. Back at Saratoga at the beginning of August, he was able to win that day with Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle. And then he jumped into an A other than a first-level allowance condition, so stepped up in class and ran into a very, very fast group of horses. He was 12-1 that day. A horse by the name of Star of Wonder was able to win on the 14th of September, that race at Churchill Downs in his last race in his form cycle, Owned the Field. And I think he was just simply overmatched. So coming down to this $62,000 level, $62,500, his form at the distance, outside draw, he should have tactical speed against the likes of these runners. I just give him the edge based on the 7 furlong form, really above many things in here, and also combine that with coming out of arguably the best race of any of these horses that are competing here in the opener. So 5-2, a square price on Own the Field as trainer Mike Maker looks for his second win this meet here at Keeneland in the fall. The rail horse, the number 1, Dance Some Mo. Now, he's going to cut back in distance, and admittedly, that's one of the questions for this gelding by Uncle Mo, is cutting back to 7/8 of a mile. He's been going 2 turns in most of his races as of late. In fact, all of his last 10 races. This will be his 12th start this season, and these connections have done some good for since they've claimed this Ontario-bred Uncle Mo gelding. They've yet to win a race, but they have picked up checks in just about every one of the races in which they've turned him loose, sans a 4th-place finish going 1 mile and 1/8 at Churchill Downs. So dropping in for $62,500, gets a little class relief here today. It's just a matter of how he'll handle 7 furlongs and cutting back, and especially drawing post position number 1. But you got to respect the drop in class, and Tom Vanberg, not run a lot of horses this meet, but they've showed up each time. So Dance Some Mo for Grit to Glory Racing, 6-1 on the board, worth a look here in the opener. The 4-horse Black Powder for Eddie Keneally. First off, the claim for this son of Gunrunner. He'll go 7 furlongs, the about 7 furlongs for the first time in his career. He's sprinted in the past with different connections when he was with trainer Steve Asmussen, going back to earlier this year when running at Churchill Downs in Oaklawn Park. And he caught some very decent fields, or I should say more than decent fields, when looking at the last time he went 1 turn at Churchill Downs. Ran into a informed horse this year in Harrodsburg. He then moved over to Joe Sharp's barn and was running in 2-turn races. They even gave him a shot on turf. But first off, the claim for Eddie Keneally, a strong angle, 20% winners. He's got Luis Saez taking the call here today, which I love to see with Eddie Keneally runners. Black Powder, the number 4 horse, 5-2, vying for favoritism in this race on the slight cutback in distance in race number 1. But once again, a very competitive field, 2-1 on the outside runner. Started the early pick 5, less than 15 minutes to post, and the pick 5 pool already over $111,000. Good luck in the opener on College Scholarship Day here today at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Claiming race, 3-year-olds adopt the prize, $62,500. Beard course, about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 5. No carryover. Main track is fast. Turf is good. The rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. No changes in the first race. Post time at 6 minutes.
Taking a look at the number 3 horse right now as he warms up. That is Chiseler with Joe Rocco Jr. in the saddle. Good energy down in the paddock, maintaining that in the post breed as he goes off in his warm-up. And we'll see how he fares here today at odds of 16-1. But just like the way that he's been carrying himself, and he may show a little bit of speed here going 7/8 of a mile. Now, whether he can see out that trip, I think would be the question mark for him coming out of 5.5 furlong runs and 5/8 runs and even a 6 furlong sprint at Churchill. But his form is not too far off these horses, and especially with the way that he's acting out there. Chiseler on the left-hand side of the screen, 17-1, a long shot consideration here in race number 1. And Great Richie M, the number 5 horse, top right of your screen for trainer John Ennis. Second race this meet for this son of Fast Anna. He comes out of one of the faster run allowance races that we've seen going 7 furlongs. He steps out to the about 7 furlongs here today, but he's run well. He's earned some very good speed figures this year here at Keeneland and over at Churchill Downs when he was able to win a starter allowance race. So takes a dip down in class this afternoon, seeking his 3rd lifetime score, 9-2 on the board with Adam Biscuitza live on the tote board to make him the co-3rd choice right now in the wagering with the number 6 horse Vittorio for Steve Asmussen. But the 4 Black Powder has moved into the favorites role, slightly over the number 8 horse. He's 5-2 on the board. First off, the claim for Eddie Keneally and Luis Saez in the saddle of this Gunrunner colt. Less than 4 minutes away from post time. Race number 1, once again, starts the early pick 5. The pool well over $200,000. Good luck.
horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line, first race. Great Richie moves in. Now Vittorio. Dance Some Mo comes forward along with Banishing. Not Normal comes forward. Now Chisler. 2 more to load. Black Powder goes in. On the field, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There's Vittorio between horses. Chisler up close in the opening strides as well. On the field to the far outside. Not Normal to the inside. Not Normal moves up. Takes the lead by just a neck. Chisler alongside. Now here's Black Powder kicking in. Trying to move up and join that front group. Vittorio to the far outside is pressing the issue on the field. Out in the center of the track. Those are the front 5. And then Great Richie M behind that 5-way battle is toward the outside in 6th position. Followed by Dance Some Mo down to the inside in 7th. Just 3 lengths off the lead. Then a gap of nearly 3 more back to Banishing, whose last opening quarter went in 23.11 seconds. Back up front, still 5 horses lined up across the track. You've got Not Normal, who's there to the inside. Leads it by a half length. Vittorio now tries to come out of that crowd into second, but Black Powder is right there, and On the Field is there. Chisler drops out to the back of the pack around the far turn. Dance Some Mo will capitalize, move up into 4th, and is still some 3 lengths off the lead. Followed by Great Richie M. Banishing has to angle wide from 6, still 6 from the front, quarter mile to go. They turn for home. It is Black Powder with the lead. Vittorio in second. On the Field third. Banishing far outside is in 4th. Dance Some Mo in behind horses down toward the inside in 5th. Banishing down the outside for the lead. It is Banishing to the front. Black Powder is now in 2nd position, followed by Dance Some Mo 3rd, challenging for 2nd, but well behind Banishing. It is Banishing kicking on for the finish. Banishing to win it. Dance Some Mo will be across the line in 2nd, then Black Powder in 3rd, followed by On the Field in 4th.
Big rebound effort for Banishing off of a non-performance at Saratoga at the end of August. And David Jacobson, his 3rd win this meet at Keeneland in the fall. The trainer of Banishing, son of Go Sapper, kicking clear past some of the favorites in here, including the number 4 horse who backs up alongside the rail and ends up finishing 3rd. The 1 picks up a spot to finish 2nd, Dance Samo. 7-1-4, unofficial in race number 1, a 9-2 winner with Banishing.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: 7, Banishing finished 1st. Number 1, Dance Some Mo 2nd. Number 4, Black Powder 3rd. Number 8, Own the Field 4th. 7-1-4-8 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 7, Banishing, owned by Lawrence Roman, trained by David Jacobson, the jockey Jose Ortiz. Banishing, 4-year-old gelded son of Go Sapper out of Dowager by APND, bred in Kentucky by Godolphin. 1 minute 27.65 seconds for the Beard course, about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. First race results official, 7-1-4-8, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming, start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast, turf good, rail at 30 feet on the turf course. In race 2, scratch number 3, War Mule. Scratch 13, Invisible. Scratch 15, Ennistown. And scratch 16, McAfee. A reminder, the 14 draws into the race, 14 coming in hot, jockey Edgar Morales as programmed. And a reminder, contrary to the program, number 1, Taper's Valor, first time reported gelding. Number 1, Taper's Valor, a gelding.
Race number 2, less than 19 minutes to post. First of 2 pick 4 opportunities begins here in race number 2. This the early pick 4, and that pool approaching $40,000 in total with now less than 19 minutes to post. Taper's Valor, the number 1 horse for John Hancock, a horse that got played when he debuted back in the springtime here at Keeneland. Still a 2-year-old. He's a gelding, as Kurt has mentioned, a part of the changes today. He's been gelded since that race over 6 months back, when he was debuted on a sloppy main track going 4.5 furlongs, and he finished 6th that day. Just really never got involved from an outside draw, but it's encouraging to see that Tyler Gaffalione stays with this now gelding. Tyler rode him on debut. John Hancock has touted this horse a few times to us, and I think that the action that he's taking at 5-1 and coming now 6 months removed from that springtime debut as a 2-year-old, he looks well down there. He's been working consistently between Ellis Park and a couple of works out of the gate here at Keeneland Racecourse. Hopefully he can be sharp from the inside, but in this maidens special weight restricted to horses that are sold or RNA'd for $50,000 or less in their most recent auction, just the presence of Tyler Gaffalione and John Hancock's ability, the trainer, of getting 2-year-olds ready to roll in the spring and now in the fall. I'll go to Taper's Valor, start 2 of his career, looking for some improvement, especially out of the starting gate. The number 2 horse, Captain Fancy, 3-1 favorite right now. Irad Ortiz Jr. with trainer Greg Foley teaming up. Colt by Mendelssohn, who has done nothing but race on turf. Now, granted, just 2 starts so far in his career. He was in a restricted maiden race at Ellis Park on debut at the end of August, and then came back just a couple of weeks later to try Kentucky Downs, going 6.5 furlongs, and ran third, a good third that day, but they switch it up and take a slight drop down in class as well. That's another aspect moving into this auction restricted maiden special weight versus a maiden race at Kentucky Downs. Certainly would think that this would be a little bit easier spot for Captain Fancy, and Irad Ortiz Jr., as mentioned, is in the saddle here this afternoon. So trying dirt for the first time. If you look for surface switch horses, here is a young colt who is making that move off of 2 grass runs to a faster run here this afternoon. And then the number 6 horse, Gerald Ray Dapple Gray for Eric Foster, another runner that's trying the dirt for the first time, kind of the same pattern as Captain Fancy, comes out of the same race as Captain Fancy, the number 2 horse, and it was only beaten a nose by him in that race at Ellis Park. He's had a little bit more time in between races, having not run at Kentucky Downs like the 2. But if you like the 2, you've got to respect the 6 at the very least. And you can see the discrepancy in the odds: 3-1 on the 2, 11-1 on the 6. And only a nose away from each other in that race at the end of August at Ellis Park. And he showed a step forward in start 2 of his career. He's a son of Mo Heyman, who is a top dirt runner during his racing career. And he's out of a New Year's Day first dam, and New Year's Day a champion 2-year-old, achieving that success with his races on dirt. So the pedigree's there. We'll see how Gerald Ray Dapple Gray handles this here this afternoon, sitting at 11-1 on the tote board. I go 1-2-6. Gabby goes 9-2-5. It is race number 2, start of the early pick 4, 2-year-olds. They'll be sprinting 6 furlongs on the fast main track here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, maiden auction. 2-year-old maidens sold or reserved not attained for $50,000 at their most recent appearance at auction. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch number 3, War Mule. Also scratch 13, Invisible. Scratch 15, Ennistown. And scratch 16, McAfee. A reminder, the 14 coming in hot draws into the race. Edgar Morales has programmed. Contrary to the program, number 1, Taper's Valor is a gelding. Double pick 3, early pick 4. Post time is 6 minutes.
There's a look at the favorite, D. Bigelow, for the Connections, bringing this horse back for a second time. He showed speed on debut over at Churchill Downs in the slop to finish third on that afternoon at close to 25-1. Mario Gutierrez in town to ride for the Todds, a longtime relationship with the owner breeders of this son of Bayern here today. So at 3-1, getting plenty of respect off of that debut effort where he surprised the handicappers at the very least at that big number to finish as well as he did on debut. So good to see Mario Gutierrez here in town at Keeneland Racecourse riding D. Bigelow, the 3-1 current favorite. Just needing a little nudge to keep moving forward as they continue to warm up here with less than 4 minutes to post. First-time starter Baby Max, he's a good-looking son of Maximus Mischief. He really is fit and tight, ready for Kelsey Danner in the debut here today. A Kentucky-bred son of, as mentioned, Maximus Mischief for JS Stables. Not initially one that I was looking at in handicapping this race, but after getting a look at this 2-year-old colt, he makes quite an impression out there and did so down in the paddock at 10-1 right now. Baby Max, the number 7, top right of your screen. And then the number 10 horse, another one that looked well, fit and ready to go for Kenny McPeak. That's Lured Away, an enticed colt that they bought for $30,000 last year as a yearling in October. And Kenny McPeak has done some damage through the years, through a number of years, with buying horses at price points like this. And think about these types of races now that have been introduced over the last couple of years for horses that have run through the sale for $50,000 or less at their most recent auction. Torpedo Anna, the best 3-year-old filly in the country, broke her maiden right here at Keeneland when she was running one of these types of restricted auction races. So Kenny McPeak has to be respected, in my opinion. 9-1, just click down a point. Lured Away, the number 10 horse with Brian Hernandez in the saddle. Race number 2, less than 2 minutes to post. Started the early pick 4, as we'll leave you with a look at the number 2 horse, Captain Fancy, for trainer Greg Foley, now 7-2 on the board.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Frosty Beer comes forward. Very Bold goes in. Here's Lured Away. D. Bigelow approaches the gate. Chance Connection. Razor Cat comes forward. Gerald Ray Dapple Gray. Coming in hot, last one. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. There goes D. Bigelow right out for the early lead, coming in hot far outside. Tapers Valor kicks in down toward the inside as they head up the backstretch. Then Captain Fancy up to challenge for 4th. Tapazar's Temper is alongside of that one. Moves up 1 spot from 5th. The gap of 2 lengths to Razor Cat, 6th on the outside. Frosty Beer goes 7th. Chance Connection 8th. Lured Away is 9th. Very Bold is 10th. Moving up in between horses, but a dozen lengths off the lead. Baby Max 11th. Gerald Ray Dapple Gray is last of the 12. 22.72 seconds. Tapers Valor, the leader. Tapers Valor leads. D. Bigelow second, 1 length away. Second by 3/4 of a length. Coming in hot. Third up on the outside as they come off the far turn. Then a gap of 4 more lengths. Captain Fancy is 4th down toward the inside. And then 3 more lengths to Tapazar's Temper and Very Bold as they come off the turn and into the stretch. Tapers Valor, D. Bigelow on the outside now trying to take aim. D. Bigelow coming after Tapers Valor. That's the battle for the lead. 5 more lengths. Coming in hot is in third. Tapers Valor, the leader, chased all the way by D. Bigelow. Still a length between them. 16th to go. Tapers Valor in front. Tyler Gaffalione, Tapers Valor. Tapers Valor to win it. D. Bigelow will be home second. And then it was Very Bold and Baby Max.
He was sharp today, sharp away from the starting gate, established that front-running position under Tyler Gaffalione, gave him a little bit of a breather, it looked like, going around the turn, and was able to sustain that advantage that he had carved out. Taper's Valor bet down to odds of 7-2. The 5 was making chase, D. Bigelow, but he's going to come up second best, 1.597, the unofficial top 4 in race number 2 here at Keeneland.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: number 1, Taper's Valor first. Number 5, D. Bigelow second. Number 9, Very Bold third. Number 7, Baby Max fourth. 1.597 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the unofficial winner, number 1, Taper's Valor, owned by John Pache, trained by John Hancock, Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. Taper's Valor, 2-year-old gelded son of Taprit, out of Alteration by Alternation, bred in Kentucky by Hurstland Farm Incorporated. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 12.11 seconds. Results official for race 2, 1.597, the official results. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Main track is fast. The turf good today. Scratch the 11. Coach Campbell, number 11, scratched.
On to race number 3, 20 minutes to post. This is a group of 30,000 claimers. Nominated as a 2 lifetime, the about 7 furlongs distance on the main track. And Merit taking all kinds of play right now with Tyler Gaffleone taking the call for trainer Rudy Brisset and Peter Blum Thoroughbreds, a homebred for Peter Blum, colt by Mastery, who's going to take the dip down in class from allowance competition and also from $50,000 claimers in his most recent start. Now shows up for 30 here today. Leaning on the team here of Tyler Gaffleone and Rudy Brisset. Rudy's had a really, really phenomenal meet with his runners that he's turned loose here this fall at Keeneland. Picked up a win yesterday, did Rudy Brisset, and this is a runner that hasn't done much, admittedly, in his last 3 starts since arriving to Rudy Brisset's barn, but they cut him back in distance, and I think that that's going to be a positive for this runner who's won going 7 furlongs, going back to his debut at the end of 2023, winning by 10 lengths. They thought even enough of him going back to the springtime to run him in the Grade 2 Wood Memorial, one of the key prep races for the Kentucky Derby. But obviously, he's not cut up for that level of competition. He's been very realistically spotted here this afternoon, and Tyler Gaffleone is going to dictate the market and combine that, as I said, with the way that Rudy Brisset runners have gone this meet. 8-5 on Merit, I don't think is much of a surprise from an 8-1 morning line here in race number 3. The number 10 horse, Bold Doro for Greg Compton, coming in from Delaware. So I don't know if this is a bit of a lateral move, one could say, coming out of a first-level allowance condition and showing up for 30 here today. Just based on economics, he's coming out of a $41,000 allowance race and running for 30 here today in a $30,000 claiming race. It's a $53,000 purse. So I think this is a sensible spot for him to seek win number 2 of his career. His win at Delaware was solid, going 6 furlongs. That last race, first try against winners in the mud, maybe a little bit too short for him. So a little added distance here this afternoon, maybe not as quick of a pace as what he saw in that race at the beginning of August. See some upside on the 10 at 9-2, Bold Doro in race number 3. And then finally, the 6 horse is my third selection. That is Starscape for Carlos Santamaria. Colt by Go Sapper. First off the claim for these connections, and he broke his maiden going 6.5 furlongs last time out in a pretty quickly run race for a maiden 20. He dashed off the screen that afternoon. He gets Lasix for the first time today. Here's a horse that has 1 race, and that came here at Keeneland in one of the tougher maiden special weights going back to October of last year, the fall meet of 2023. Ran against Booth and Nash, 2 very talented runners. So he's gone down the class ranks. By doing so, he picked up that win, and he's in the right spot here today in order to continue with some solid form. 12-1 on the board right now on Starscape for the owners, the unstable $225,000 yearling going back to 2022 here at Keeneland. Good luck to Carlos Santamaria with Starscape. Race number 3 here at Keeneland Racecourse continues with doubles rolling throughout the card, as well as another pick 3 exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering available in the third event. 16 minutes to post.
all the acoustics here.
I'm certain whoever worked on that did a good job. Here we go. Here we go.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Claiming race, 3-year-olds and up, a $30,000 claiming price. Beard course distance about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch the 11 Coach Campbell. Main track is fast turf good. Post time is 7 minutes.
Here's a look at the 7-horse Double Your Money warming up under Adam Beschitza. Double Your Money into Marcelier Gelding, who moved over to the dirt last time out. First time that he ran on dirt, and he finished third that afternoon at close to 11-1. His prior races coming mostly on turf. They did give him a shot on the all-weather surface going back to the beginning of the year at Gulfstream Park, sprinting 5 furlongs. But a solid run on dirt. He's live on the board right now at 9-2. Really got to pay attention to the action going on here at Keeneland in these wind pools. When they come up live in the wind pools, they tend to run to their expectations from a pari-mutuel perspective. So just pointing towards Double Your Money, and the play that he's getting just went from 9-2 to 7-2. So a pretty big hit there, coming down in price as we're less than 5 minutes away from race number 3, 30,000 claimers. Not one is a 2 lifetime, about to compete the about 7 furlongs on the Beard course right here at Keeneland. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. Moving into line, race 3. Jam and Justice and Merit moving into line. Could It Be Magic moves in along with El Gunner. Class 2 coming forward, Rewire. Bold Doro, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. A Lil and a Lot comes right out running for the lead. Starscape is there. Merit up on the outside. Double Your Money is away, running in fourth. Bold Doro, fifth up on the far outside. Rewire is in the sixth position as they head up the back stretch. And then further back, Jam and Justice travels along in the seventh position. Double Your Money now dropping back a couple of spots toward the back of the pack as they head toward the far turn. El Gunner is against the rail next to last. Could It Be Magic is the distant trailer, 22.56 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. A Lil and a Lot is the leader by a length. Starscape to the far outside is second, a half length as they go to the far turn. Rewire is third. Concentration is fourth. Merit fifth, moving up but caught wide. 3 lanes off the rail, up within 3 lengths of the lead. Jam and Justice next down toward the inside. Bold Doro goes wide. Double Your Money is there between horses, still 5 from the front. A Lil and a Lot is the leader as they round the far turn. Merit to the far outside. Starscape in between that pair. Concentration fourth. Bold Doro fifth. Needs to find more. Still 5 lengths from the lead. Then Double Your Money in sixth. Here's Merit, center of the racetrack, coming forward to challenge Starscape for the lead. Starscape and Merit going at it. A Lil and a Lot drops back third toward the inside. And then Double Your Money, followed by Concentration, who moves up into fourth. Here's Merit for a short lead. Coming to the 16th pole. Merit in front. Starscape is second. Then a gap of 5 more lengths back to Concentration. Merit, Tyler Gaffaleone, Merit to win it. Starscape was home second, Concentration third. A Lil and a Lot was fourth.
Back-to-back wins on the card for Tyler Gaffleone, this time with merit at odds of 5-2, as he was wide throughout this race, but he was always involved in the race, and the drop down in for $30,000 paying off. And it can't be overstated, the meet that trainer Rudy Brisset has had here at Keeneland. Yet another win, as he does it for Peter Blum Thoroughbreds with merit, the son of Mastery, drawing off and winning by better than 2 lengths. 8-6-2-1, the unofficial order here in race number 3.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 8, Merit finished first. Number 6, Starscape was second. Number 2, Concentration third. Number 1, A Lil and a Lot fourth. 8-6-2-1 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 8, Merit, owned by Peter Blum Thoroughbreds LLC, which bred the winner in Kentucky, trained by Rodolphe Brisset. 2 wins today for Tyler Gaffleone. Merit, a 3-year-old son of Mastery out of Faithful by Vindication. Beard course, about 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 28.21 seconds. Results of Keeneland's third race official, 8-6-2-1 the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, doubled in Pick 3 wagering. Start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 4, 8, and 10. A reminder, the jockey for the 6, Hidden Connection, Christian Torres. 6, Hidden Connection, Christian Torres, the jockey. Turf listed good, rail at 30 feet.
Race number 4, a turf event, which begins the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. The sequence for this afternoon's $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3 races 4, 8, and 10. And this a $140,000 allowance race, a mile and a 16th on the good listed turf course for these fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. And Stir Crazy being heavily backed at odds of 3-2 right now for trainer Mike Maker and Luis Saez, who's going to get the opportunity to ride this mare here this afternoon. She's had a productive year. She won a pair of races going back to the spring and summer at Churchill Downs, one on a sloppy course. She won on the turf. She backed that up with a strong performance behind a good filly in Fuente Ovahuna in a $100,000 stakes race up at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. And all things considered, in her most recent start in the $500,000 One Dreamer Stakes at Kentucky Downs, she ran pretty well. She came from well off the pace that afternoon, something that she had shown the ability to do if you go back to her main track win at Churchill on the slop. But she was only beaten 4 3/4 lengths, climbing that undulating course at Kentucky Downs late in the stretch. So that was her race in which she was 7th that afternoon, looking at her form and running against horses like Safine, and she's looking lucky. So shows up in this allowance condition this afternoon, getting Saez in the saddle, going to sway some opinions, obviously, to make her 8-5, but definitely live on the tote board as the current favorite, looking for her 3rd win this year at the age of 6, as she gets set to make her first start at Keeneland on this turf course here this afternoon. We'll move on to the number 7 horse next. That's the second choice for me. That is Loot Warm for Brittany Russell. 2-1 on the board right now. A little surprised that she's not the favorite at this point in time. Obviously subject to change over the course of the next 17 minutes. But this is a midnight Loot filly, the 7 Loot Warm. And there she is getting set to be saddled, who's won her last 4 races. She's had a very good career, which was kicked off at the beginning of this year, near the beginning of this year in March at Laurel Park. And moved over to the turf course in start 2 of her career, but she's gotten steadily better over the course of the summer and was good enough to win at Kentucky Downs. So she has taken her form on the road multiple times, wins at Pimlico, Delaware, Colonial in Virginia, comes here to Kentucky, wins a 3rd-level allowance race, and now steps up in class once again here this afternoon. Can't overlook her. She's 2-1 right now. Loot Warm looking for her 5th win in a row. And then we go to the number 8 horse, that is Cupid's Crush for the Extreme Racing Stable and trainer Mac Robertson. This is a Minnesota-bred daughter of Cupid who comes in on a win streak. She's won her last 2. She's won 3 of her last 4. She's won her last 3 races on turf, sprinting and going a route of ground. And with James Graham in the saddle at 7-1, she might need to be aggressive from that outside draw, as she's been very forward in both of her recent victories going a route of ground. Won a stakes race at Canterbury at the end of August. So Cupid's Crush, definitely a candidate to outrun her odds, sitting at 7-1 on the board right now. Start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, again, races 4, 8, and 10. You've got to ask for it by its name if you're playing the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. It's its own event if you're using the self-service terminals here at Keeneland Racecourse. Get involved in the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, which begins in less than 15 minutes.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Cove Springs Allowance fillies and mares, age 3 and up. Turf is listed good, the rail at 30 feet. Double and Pick 3 wagering started the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 4, 8, and 10. Jockey for the 6, Hidden Connection, Christian Torres. Post time at 6 minutes.
There's Hidden Connection, the number 6 horse, the most accomplished filly in this race from a bankroll perspective and an earnings perspective. She's made over $850,000 for her connections. Last year, made over $300,000 of that $850,000 total, and running against some very good fillies. You go back to the springtime at Keeneland, she was runner-up to Raging Sea. She beat Scylla in the Grade 3 Double Dog Dare. Now, the question for her, and the reason she's 8-1 on the board right now, is her turf form. She's only had one race on the turf. That came at Kentucky Downs, where she just really never got involved. But I don't know that it's fair to judge a horse on one race at Kentucky Downs looking at turf form. And these connections willing to try her again on the grass here today. As Kurt mentioned, Christian Torres picks up the mount on Hidden Connection. Don't sleep on her. She has got a lot of class to her. If she can handle this conventional turf course this afternoon, she just clicked down to 7-1. Hidden Connection, seeking her first win this year and getting an opportunity for the second time on turf in her career. She could take a step forward here in a fairly wide open race when looking at all the form that comes into this event. Start of the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Once again, less than 4 minutes. The beginning of that sequence, races 4, 8, and 10 make up the Turf Pick 3 here today at Keeneland. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Cove Springs, start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Moving into line race 4. Hidden Connection comes forward, along with Stir Crazy and Loot Warm. Loot Warm going in. Cupid's Crush, the last one, comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Quattro Evente broke alertly toward the inside. Hidden Connection and She's Fire there from between horses. And there goes She's Fire up for the lead. Hidden Connection goes second. Cupid's Crush third up on the far outside. Quattro Evente is fourth back toward the inside. Let's Skedaddle alongside that one is in fifth. And then Magical Loot, who's sixth against the rail into the first turn. Loot Warm moves up one spot from seventh on the outside. And Stir Crazy, last of the 8 here early on, 8 lengths off the lead as they round the turn after an opening quarter in 23.14 seconds. Cupid's Crush, the leader. Cupid's Crush against the rail leads it by 2 lengths. She's Fire is second by 2.5. Hidden Connection is now third, 1.5 lengths. Let's Skedaddle up on the outside to challenge for fourth. Quattro Evente is there toward the inside of that one. And then Magical Loot against the rail in sixth, joined there by Loot Warm. Now, Loot Warm is on the outside in the 7th position, still nearly 8 lengths off the lead, and is followed by Stir Crazy, who angles to the far outside, moves up one spot from last, 47.39 seconds for the first half mile. Cupid's Crush, the leader. Cupid's Crush by 3.5 lengths over to the far turn. She's Fire is second by 2. Hidden Connection third ahead. Quattro Evente fourth by 1 length. Let's Skedaddle is next. Now Stir Crazy goes to the center of the course and is still 7 lengths off the lead. Loot Warm is last, has to go out to the grandstand side from last, nearly 10 from the front and into the stretch. Cupid's Crush, a 5-length lead. Now Stir Crazy has moved up into second, but has a lot of work to do from there. The leader is into the final furlong. Cupid's Crush, Stir Crazy second, Quattro Evente third, Magical Loot is fourth. Here comes Stir Crazy, a final run after Cupid's Crush. Loot Warm is fifth. Cupid's Crush, Stir Crazy. Cupid's Crush, Stir Crazy. Head bobbing photo for the win.
A thrilling finish here in race number 4 at Keeneland Racecourse as Cupid Crush went for it from the outside post. She set the pace, and she's trying to get to the wire in front of the 4 who's coming to her. Stir Crazy under Luis Saez. The 8 still in front by 2 lengths at this point in time. Does she hold on? It's going to get very tight on the wire. Very close to call as they race to that break in the rail on the far side. 8 or 4, close in the hands of the placing judges in the 4th race here at Keeneland.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race: number 8, Cupid's Crush, finished first. Number 4, Stir Crazy, second. Number 1, Magical Loot, third. Number 2, Quattro Evente, fourth. 8412 unofficial. Fourth race results official, 8412, the official results. In the winner's circle for the fourth race at Keeneland, the Cove Springs official winner, number 8, Cupid's Crush, owned by Extreme Racing Stables, LLC of Vicky McGowan, trained by Mac Robertson, James Graham. The winning jockey, Cupid's Crush, 4-year-old filly by Cupid, out of Dazzling Sweetheart by Dazzling Falls, bred in Minnesota by Mary Von Segem, Eric Von Segem, Barry Butso, and Joni Butso. 1 minute 44.63 seconds for the mile and a 16th over the turf listed good. And the winner's circle, the Cove Springs Trophy presentation to the connections of Cupid's Crush. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Main track is fast. Turf listed good. Rail at 30 feet on the turf course. Start of the pick 6, no carryover. Double and pick 3 wagering also featured here. No changes in race 5.
Our fifth event this afternoon at Keeneland starts the Pick Six. $1 minimum Pick Six here begins with a starter allowance race, starter 10, going a mile and an eighth on the main track, listed as fast. Wide open race. Couple of 7-2 shots. Two horses right now sitting at 4-1. And one of those 7-2 shots is Hoodlum, the number 2. He's the current second choice in the win wagering for Alstall Jr. A horse that has been in good form in his last couple of starts and really throughout 2024. He's won 5 of 8 races, and there are not many horses that can have that kind of success over the course of a season. But here's a 5-year-old gelding who has been spotted so well and taken advantage of these opportunities in starter allowance ranks, whether it's a mile and a 16th or up to a mile and an eighth. He won at the 9 furlong distance, mile and an eighth distance at the end of July at Ellis Park. And then he caught a tougher group at Churchill Downs, where he was 5-1 behind a horse in the wagering in Honest Spree, who was the hot favorite that afternoon. And he was able to outlast Honest Spree, who was not far off of him on the wire. And Alstall Jr. Doing a great job with this 5-year-old son of Pioneer of the Nile. You've got to respect the current form that he's in. He can adapt to different types of paces, whatever's thrown at him. Pretty slowly run race at Churchill Downs, going a mile and a 16th last time out. But if they can quicken, he can keep up with them. He can finish into a quicker pace. There's a lot of reasons to like Hoodlum, who's just now come down to the 7-2 favorite here in race number 5. 5 wins from 8 starts. He's been in the money. He's finished in the top 3 in all 8 starts. One of those in the money finishes here at Keeneland. His only other start at Keeneland was by way of disqualification. He was placed up to the 3rd place money back in April here at Keeneland. But bottom line is, respect his consistency, his current form as he seeks his 3rd victory in a row here this afternoon. We move on to the number 3 horse, just to his outside, Indian Gulch for Tom Vanberg and Grit to Glory Racing. He was part of that common race at Churchill Downs on the 22nd of September, finished 4th that afternoon. Gabby brought up a very good point this morning on Today at Keeneland in the fact that that race was just slowly run. They were not coming back to him, and he's a horse that needs horses to come back to him a little bit, to show a little bit of a run late in his races. So if he can get that this afternoon, he's definitely more than capable of winning this race. He's a 9-year-old who's won twice this year. He's been very easily campaigned, is the best way of phrasing it, over the past couple of seasons between his 8 and 9-year-old seasons. But he has responded well for Tom Vanberg and Grit to Glory Racing in putting him in the right positions and giving him time when he needs it. The 9-year-old veteran, he's looking for his 18th career victory here this afternoon. He's made over $353,000 over the course of his soon-to-be 56-race career. And then Truculent, the number 4 horse, 7-2 for Lindsey Schultz, comes out of the Grade 3 Greenwood Cup at Parks, beaten by Next, one of the favorites in racing over the last couple of seasons, who just dominates horses in longer distance races. The best stamina long distance horse on dirt is who he was faced up against at that Parks Grade 3 event last time out. So this is a drop down in class. It's the only way that it can be viewed. This is an easier spot, shortens up in distance. His form prior to that run in the Grade 3 Greenwood Cup at Parks was good. 3 seconds in a row, and then an 8-length victory at Monmouth on the 24th of August. So finding himself in a reasonable spot here today. Not an easy spot by any means, but an easier spot than what he saw back on the 21st of September running against Next, the best stamina dirt horse arguably in the world. 14 minutes to post. Race number 5 starts the Pick 6 on this Friday afternoon at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race. Starter allowance, 3-year-olds and up, a mile and an eighth over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6, no carryover. Fast track, turf listed good, rail at 30 feet on the turf course. No changes in race 5. Post time at 7 minutes. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, start of the pick 6. Your attention, please. A late scratch, scratch number 10, What a Country. Late scratch in Keeneland's 5th race, scratch the 10, What a Country, scratched by the stewards on the advice of the veterinarian. Once again, horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, start of the pick 6. Moving into line, race 5. Indian Gulch moves into line. Poulterer approaches the gate. Here's Truculent. Right off Jerry and Yes Point go in. Big Paper, the last one coming forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Moonstrike. Moonstrike for the lead, and Forge and Fire is there from the outside. Yes Point between that pair, then Truculent away running in 4th, and Poulterer is 5th up on the outside. Moonstrike has the lead, though. Moonstrike from the inside starting spot stays a lane off the rail into the first turn, has the lead 3/4 of a length. Forge and Fire moves up in 2nd. Truculent tucked away against the rail in 3rd position. Poulterer 4th up on the outside. Yes Point is in 5th. Hoodlum 6th against the rail, saves ground around the first turn. Right off Jerry is in the 7th position off the turn and onto the back stretch. Further back, you've got Code Runner, Indian Gulch, and then Big Paper, who is wide at last. 24.23 seconds for the opening quarter. Moonstrike is the leader. Poulterer just off the leader's flank now, 2nd to the far outside. Forge and Fire loses 1 spot, but is still there, close 3rd up the back stretch, followed by Truculent 4th against the rail, nearly 3 lengths off the lead. Right off Jerry, Hoodlum to the inside is 6th from the front. Yes Point between horses is in 7th. Big Paper is a wide 8th, and then Code Runner, who's next to last, and finally Indian Gulch. It was 49.23 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Moonstrike is the leader. Poulterer and Forgin Fire contesting the second spot. Truculent against the rail is still in the fourth position, 2 lengths off the lead. Then a gap of 2 more. Hoodlum is in fifth. Now Hoodlum, looking for some more running room, starts to angle toward the outside as they come off the far turn. Top of the lane. Here comes Poulterer. Here comes Hoodlum. But they've got to catch Moonstrike, and they've got to catch Truculent. And now Hoodlum is unleashing a rally down the center of the racetrack, coming after Truculent. Truculent by 3, 16th pole. Truculent by 2. Hoodlum is there. Late run, Indian Gulch to the inside. Truculent, Hoodlum. Truculent hangs on for Manny Esquivel.
Staying down on the inside really helped Truculent, it appears, as he had carved out an advantage coming around the turn. He pins his ears back under Manny Esquivel. And as far as Hoodlum was concerned, he was back in that same path as the full-horse Truculent, but Luan Machado opting to go around, seeing that there wasn't going to be much room to work with. He goes around at the quarter pole. He gets a run from Hoodlum, but just comes up about a nose short in the end. Truculent, the post-time favorite, picking up his 12th victory in his racing career for 10 Strike Racing, 4 Corners Racing, and others, and trainer Lindsey Schultz.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. Number 4, Truculent first. Number 2, Hoodlum second. Number 3, Indian Gulch third. The 6, Forgin Fire fourth. 4-2-3-6 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the unofficial winner, number 4, Truculent, owned by 10 Strike Racing of Marshall Graham, 4 Corners Racing of Anthony Tremarchi, and Corey Molis Racing, LLC. Lindsey Schultz, the trainer. Manny Esquivel is the winning jockey. Truculent, 7-year-old son of Raison d'Etat, out of Raver by Tisnell, bred in Kentucky by Calumet Farm. 9 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 53.42 seconds. Fifth race results official, 4-2-3-6, the official results. Keeneland sixth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. No carryover. Main track fast. Turf good. Scratch number 1. Cash me up. Scratch the 1. Cash me up.
Race 6 is up next to kick off the late pick 5 sequence. Another 1.125 mile race on the main track, this time for $20,000 claimers. And I thought this was a competitive group of horses. I ultimately landed on the number 9, Papa Yo. Trainer Chris Davis has had a small sample of horses run here at this meet, and he has really sent the right ones. He's had success so far with 2 wins over the course of this meet. This horse did win last time out, and going against $16,000 claimers. He got through the non-winners of 2 lifetime conditions. So obviously this is a step up in class, and maybe some people will look at his last race and say that the track helped guide him to the finish line over that sloppy sealed surface. He also he was in a position to control the race that day. But I honestly don't think he absolutely needs a lead. If Luis Saez decides that he wants to go to the front end, then fine. That's the easiest way to win a race. But he also proved that when he broke his maiden back at Turfway in January, that he could close and win. So I do think that he's a little bit more versatile than what it might appear like after his last race. He is the top play. The number 8, Curlin's in charge, first off the claim for Matt Sims. I think this horse has a big shot against this group. He did get through the non-winners of 2 lifetime condition, 2 starts back over the turf course at Ellis, but he's been very versatile. He's managed to win on the dirt, on the turf, and then facing a $16,000 claimers last time out at Churchill, he still ran very well. Now, he has gone through several barns, including Steve Asmussen. He actually claimed him back into the barn last time out. So he's changed hands a lot lately, but he's a very consistent sort despite all of the recent claims. And then finally, the number 10 horse, JT's Imagination. This horse was disappointing last time out. Really, he's kind of been disappointing in the last 2 starts, but that has been against Starter Allowance Company. I think those races came up just a little bit too tough. His race at Churchill Downs back in June, I think, just speaks volumes of the talent this horse has. Sometimes you want to protect a horse and, get them into those starter allowance conditions, and sometimes they're just not good enough. Those races can come up really tough, and I think that's the case with him. So he does take a drop down in class, and honestly, he's another one, though, that needs some pace to work with, and I do think he gets this, especially at the 1.125 mile distance. There are some horses that have never been this distance before, and some horses that certainly like to be forwardly placed. It is a competitive group, but right now your favorite is the 10, JT's Imagination, as he does drop in class. He's 7-5 for trainer Joe Sharp and Tyler Gaffalione, hoping to pick up another win at the meet. We are 14 minutes away from the race number 6. Again, this race does kick off the late pick 5. Good luck if you're playing.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race. Claiming race for a price of $20,000, 3-year-olds and up, a mile and an eighth over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5. Scratch the 1, Cash Me Up. Number 1, Cash Me Up, scratched. Main track is fast, turf good. Rail at 30 feet on the turf course. Post time, 6 minutes.
Field is on the track for the upcoming 6th race, and here's a closer look at your favorite, the number 10, JT's Imagination. I love the way this horse looks today. Sometimes when you look at the favorite, or at least when I do, and I look at them on the track, sometimes I can change my opinion of them, but that certainly was not the case for this favorite. He looks very well turned out, and he looks live on the drop in Class 4. Connections that have been winning a lot of races as of late. But we'll talk about some bigger prices, and we'll go towards the inside. The number 3, 6 Will Be Rich, I thought looked really good today. This horse comes out of a 3rd place finish against Curlin's In Charge, a horse that is taking money. This horse is a little chilly on the tote board at 12-1, but I certainly think this horse could be a factor in this race. He's done a lot of different things. He's won on the main track at Churchill Downs. He's also won on the turf course over Yielding Going at Horseshoe Indianapolis. His last race was good. I think he is just an improving horse right now at the age of 4, and he looks very well turned out for the connections. And then finally, the number 4, Airgate Spirit, another one that I thought looked well on the track. He comes out of a Del Mar race last time out. Kent Sweezy did pick this horse up for $20,000 out at Del Mar and ran him pretty much at the same level last time out. I know the form might not be there. He's kind of has to deliver his best in order to be a factor against this group. But I will say he did look good. He made a nice appearance on the track today. So maybe consider him for some exotic wagers, say the exactas or trifectas, or maybe even the Pick 5, which does kick off in 4 minutes. Pick 5, Pick 3 wagering as well for this mile and an eighth race. Race 6 is coming up next. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, start of the late pick 5. Moving into line, race 6. Arrogate Spirit moves into line along with Papa Yo. Shaken Loose goes in. JT's Imagination, now Face Value. Here's Montauk Point. City of Clouds, the last one coming forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There's Shogun Be Fast from the inside. Here's Papa Yo from between horses. Papa Yo moves up to press the issue with Shogun Be Fast. That's the early battle for the lead into the first turn. And then Arrogate Spirit, who quickly gets over to the rail in third. JT's Imagination, fourth between horses. City of Clouds, a wide fifth around the first turn. It is followed by Face Value, one lane off the rail in sixth. Shaken Loose is seventh toward the inside to save some ground, albeit 7 lengths off the early lead. Whereas Lisa is eighth. Montauk Point is ninth, followed by 6 will be Rich, and then Carlin's in charge on the outside, 11th and last. 23.78 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Shogun Be Fast leading Papa Yo up the backstretch. Shogun Be Fast, the leader by a length and a half. Papa Yo second by just a length. Now, here comes Arrogate Spirit, trying to find some room down to the inside. Moves up into third, now to challenge for second. Face Value fourth between horses. JT's Imagination fifth, going to be 3 lanes off the rail. Into the far turn, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Shaken Loose comes next. City of Clouds is still 7 lengths off the lead. 47.87 seconds was the time for the first half mile. Shogun Be Fast chased by Papa Yo. It's been that way most of the way. Here's Papa Yo just off the leader's flank now. A gap of 3 more lengths. JT's Imagination is still back in third. It's been wide around the far turn, and JT's Imagination still has a good 6 lengths to make up. There's a quarter mile to go, and Papa Yo is drawing alongside of Shogun Be Fast, the battle for the lead as they come toward the 8th pole. There's still a gap of 6 lengths to JT's Imagination. Third, Face Value in fourth. Into the final furlong, Papa Yo the leader. Papa Yo opens up here, has wrestled the lead away from Shogun Be Fast. Papa Yo 16th to go here, leads it by 3. Shogun Be Fast second. It is Papa Yo Luis Saez to win it. Shogun Be Fast was across the line in the second position, then a multiple horse photo to separate third, fourth, and fifth.
Papa Yo definitely seems like a horse that is in very good form lately. Back-to-back wins on form for Papa Yo. And speaking of good form, trainer Chris Davis just making all the right moves here, well spotting horses at the right level, and make Papa Yo another winner for the barn and another winner for jockey Luis Saez. And it was pretty easy in the end, drawing clear from the number 2 horse, who actually ran a really good race, Shogun Be Fast. He does hang on for second at 13-1, 5-1 over 13-1, the unofficial exacta for race number 6.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race: 9, Papa Yo finished first. 2, Shogun Be Fast was second. 8, Curlin's In Charge third. 11, Face Value fourth. 9, 2, 8, 11 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the unofficial winner, number 9, Papa Yo, owned by Greystone Farm Limited of Colin Ganter, trained by Chris Davis. Luis Saez, the jockey. Papa Yo, 3-year-old gelded son of Protonico out of My Girl Corey by Warriors Reward. Winner bred in Kentucky by International Equities Holding Incorporated. 9 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 52.72 seconds. Sixth race results official. 9, 2, 8, 11, the official results. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. Today is College Scholarship Day, presented by Lane's End. In partnership with Lane's End, 2 lucky students are taking home $10,000 in scholarship money. Congratulations to our winners, Ryan Lewis and Christina Sutton. They are accompanied by Lane's End representative Will Farish III and Keeneland representative Kara Heisenbuttel. Keeneland 7th race upcoming. Main track listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 1, Cruz Chica. Scratch number 2, No Sleep Till Brooklyn. And scratch number 14, Bottomless Mimosa. A reminder, number 13, Minnesota Money draws into the race. Adam Beschitza as programmed.
Nice little maiden special weight coming up next for the 2-year-old fillies, about 7 furlongs on the main track. Scratch the 2 inside horses as well as the 14. The 8 is opening up as your even money favorite. We'll get to her in a moment, but the number 3 Lyric Street will be the top selection for me. I don't love that she draws the rail now with the 2 scratches to her inside, but I still think she's an intriguing filly here in this race. She looks like she's been clocking some consistent workouts at Churchill Downs. She spent a couple of months at Turfway as well, but since coming to Churchill Downs, it seems like her workouts have been stiff and solid. She's a 2-year-old filly by Street Sense out of Mo Music. So the dam, she was unraced, but the second dam, when you go back in the second generation, it was Harmony Lodge. She was a Grade 1 winner on the dirt. So not very nice pedigree there on the bottom side. She has no siblings to race, so kind of uncharted territory from that standpoint. But the connections, I just think you always have to consider them. Brendan Walsh, Tyler Gaffleone, and Brendan can certainly get a 2-year-old to win first time out. The number 10, Brave Samantha for Abid Medina, is another horse that I'll use. I think she's caught 2 very tough fields at the maiden special weight level. First time out, she had to face the likes of Liam in the Dust, who I think is a very nice filly. Impulse Spy also in that race. From top to bottom, that was a loaded field. And then she came back to face an even more loaded field, and Mahima was the winner of the race. She won by over 7 lengths in that event for trainer Brad Cox. She could literally be anything. It was one of the most impressive 2-year-old winners we've seen this season. And behind her, My Little Punky, second place finisher, she did come back to win a maiden special weight at Keeneland. So it's been a productive race. And I think in some ways, although she's staying at the same level, she gets a little bit of a class relief, and she certainly is going to be fit to handle this distance today. And then finally, the 8, Amarth, is another one. I was working at Churchill Downs when she debuted, and I took note of the money that she was taking. She opened up as a heavy favorite. The money was consistent. And she clearly can run. She has fast workouts in the morning. She clearly has a lot of talent. Now, she did have a troubled trip first time out. She didn't get out of the starting gate. And then it kind of just fell apart from there. But I think with touted first-time starters, they have to get out of the gate. They have to have get a good start and then go on from there. Because a lot of the time, if they're working quickly in the morning and they're working well, it usually translates to fast horses in the afternoon, good gate speed. And so I think we're going to see a faster, more sharper gate break today with the second-time starter, Amarth, and I'm not surprised to see the money that she's taking. She's 6-5. She was a favorite in her first rate. She's a filly by McKinsey. She's out of an Into Mischief mare. You got to like that cross. There's also been 2 siblings to race and 2 winners, so from that standpoint, too, it's been a productive family. We'll see if Amarth is right here with the money going to her at 6-5, but a good group of 2-year-olds will take a closer look at them as they walk out to the track, and we'll come back for more analysis in just a few moments. This race does kick off the final Pick 4 opportunity of this afternoon. Good luck.
horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Hunter Valley maiden special weight for 2-year-old fillies at the Beard Course distance of about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 1, Cruz Chica. Scratch the 2, No Sleep Till Brooklyn. And scratch the 14, Bottomless Mimosa. A reminder, number 13, Minnesota Money, draws into the race. Adam Beschitza rides as programmed. Double, pick 3, start of the late pick 4. Post time is 6 minutes.
Well, I feel like I'm being Captain Obvious here because they're the 3 horses that are being bet on the board right now. But I did think that the 3, 8, and the 12 were standouts from a physical standpoint here as I was watching these fillies walk out onto the track. The number 3, Lyric Street, she definitely looks ready to run today. She certainly looks fit. She looks focused as well. She's getting a good warm up there under Tyler Gaffleone. I can't say that I love this rail post position for her. It's just so hard, especially considering the distance to work out a trip from the rail. You have to be fast and you have to be lucky if you're not fast to work out a trip, but she does really look the part. So I don't mind her here, especially at 9-2. Now, the other horse that's continuing to take steady action is the number 8, Amarth. I wasn't in the paddock when she ran at Churchill Downs, so I didn't get the opportunity to get a good look at her. She's very tall. She's long and tall, and I can understand why they are stretching her out to 7/8 today. She definitely looks better suited to, say, this 7 furlong distance than the 6.5 even last time out. She could be anything. I mean, the way she was bet first time out, the way she's being bet today, she's clearly a live runner, and she certainly looks the part as well. And then the 12, Seraphia, is another one that I think you can consider. She's a filly by Gun Runner. They paid a lot of money for her. She was $1 million purchase, and she's by Gun Runner out of a Tappet mare. That's been a pretty productive cross there. And she is actually a half sister to Tenfold, who won the Jim Dandy, won the Pimlico Special, and also happened to win first time out. Long, steady drills for the number 12. I don't mind this outside post position. I'd rather be on the way outside than the way inside. And she certainly looks fit and ready to roll today at first casting for trainer Steve Asmussen and Christian Torres to ride this afternoon. Those were the 3 that stood out to me, at least to my eye, and the paddock. We'll see how this race unfolds. Even money on the number 8, Marth. We're 3 minutes away from the 7th.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's 10th and final race, late jockey change in race 10. Number 7, Elegant Trip, Eric Asmussen, the jockey. That's Keeneland's 10th and final race. Number 7, Elegant Trip, make the jockey Eric Asmussen. Right now, the horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Hunter Valley, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line race 7. Catnip Hill comes forward. Brave Samantha. Nirazuri. Here's in for a spin. Minnesota Money, the last one, comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Centimorgan broke alertly from the outside, in for a spin, has some early speed as well. Here's in for a spin, up to take a brief lead. Marth is right alongside, though, to challenge for the early lead. And then Centimorgan third up on the far outside. Formaggio is fourth back toward the inside. Brave Samantha fifth in between horses. Seraphia sixth up toward the far outside. And is followed closely by Catnip Hill, who is seventh, just a lane off the rail as they head for the far turn. Lyric Street is down toward the rail in eighth, moves up a couple of spots, still 6 lengths from the lead. Minnesota Money is a wide 10th as they head on to the far turn and then map out and a long way back to Nirazuri, the distant trailer. It was 22.81 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Back up front, in for a spin is the leader. Amarth is alongside. It next separates the top two. Formaggio, his third against the rail, a length and a half off the lead. Centimorgan, fourth on the outside, 4 lengths from the front. And then Brave Samantha, fifth back toward the inside. Minnesota Money, sixth up on the outside. Seraphia, seventh, still 7 lengths off the lead. They turn for home. Here's Amarth for the lead. Amarth with Formaggio trying to get going. Behind her, Amarth has the lead. Formaggio is coming on from the outside. There's a furlong to go. And now a widening gap of 5 lengths back to In for a Spin, Brave Samantha, and Seraphia. Here's Formaggio trying to draw alongside of Amarth. Amarth fights off the challenge. Amarth and Luis Saez to win it. Amarth in front. It was Formaggio home second, then Seraphia and Brave Samantha.
Amarth was well supported by the wagering public today, going off at 4-5 as your heavy favorite. She was well touted in her debut. It did not work out that way, but today she had a sharper gate break. She managed to be forwardly placed, and she showed a lot of guts down on the inside to hold off the stubborn challenge by the 4 Formaggio at 20-1. But she kicks clear here, finds that second win to get her to the finish line under jockey Luis Saez, 8-4-12 unofficially for race number 7.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 8, Amarth, finished first. Number 4, Formaggio, second. Number 12, Seraphia, third. And the 10, Brave Samantha, fourth. 8-4-12-10 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Hunter Valley. The unofficial winner, number 8, Amarth, owned by Green Lantern Stables, LLC, which bred the winner in Kentucky. Green Lantern Stables of Richard Masson, trained by Eddie Keneally. Luis Saez goes back-to-back on the card. Amarth, a 2-year-old filly by McKenzie, out of Criminal Mischief by Into Mischief. Beard course about 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 29.37 seconds. Seventh race results official. 8-4-12-10, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Hunter Valley Trophy presentation to the connections of Amarth. Keeneland's featured eighth race upcoming. The turf listed good, the rail at 30 feet. Double and pick three wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick threes. Take out the 11. Whoop car did not draw into the race. A reminder, the jockey for number 8, Isabel Alexandra Jose Ortiz. Jose Ortiz, the jockey for number 8. Jockey for the 9, Kendall Grace, Andres Calleja. 9, Kendall Grace, the jockey, Andres Calleja. And a reminder about the overweight, number 2, Makeup, the jockey 5 pounds over. 2, Makeup is +5.
Race 8 is coming up next, a nice allowance race for fillies and mares. They're going to be sprinting on the turf course at the distance of 5.5 furlongs. And how about them apples opening up at 6 to 5? I gotta say, I'm a little surprised to see how short she is on the board, but she is my top selection. I think she has the recency advantage today. The two top contenders in here, the 3 Just a Care and the 6 Port Townsend, have not raced in several months, whereas how about them apples? She's got foundation underneath of her. This will be her 8th start this season. Finally, they do add the blinkers, and I have to say I love the fact that Irad Ortiz Jr. hops back aboard her today. The last time he was aboard her, she finished second against really good competition here at Keeneland over good ground back in the springtime. So she's taken her form to many different places, but she has had success here at Keeneland, not necessarily a win, but a good second place finish there with an outside post position the last time we saw her at Keeneland. I just think everything goes right for her today. The blinkers on, Irad back aboard. She has recency. Her last couple of races have been fine, and she should be able to appreciate cutting back a little bit from 6 furlongs to the 5.5 furlongs today. The 3 Just a Care, I think you could make a serious case for this filly that she is the classiest of the group and the fastest, really. Unfortunately, she did get into some trouble at Tampa. She did get into trouble at Tampa last time out, and she unseated the rider. We talked to Rusty Arnold after her last race, or on today at Keeneland, and he did tell us that she actually got a little bit body sore, and she wasn't training well in the morning, so they decided to hit the pause button here for a little bit and kind of just turn her out in the field, bring her back off of the shelf and start training her. And since then, she's been doing really, really well. I don't think that you have to be 100% fit in order to win this type of race. You just have to be fast enough, and you have to have a good trip, and hopefully that is the case for her. But she is a very, very nice filly. So the 3 Just a Care, the second selection here, and then the 8 Isabel Alexandra picks up Jose Ortiz. She comes into the race second start off of the layoff. I really think she needed her last race. She drew the rail that day. It was probably going a distance a little too far. You know, they really spent a long time running her at the straight 5 furlongs on the turf. So for her to come off the layoff and stretch out to 6 furlongs, I thought was asking a lot of her. And now second off the layoff, she should be able to shorten up a little bit and find maybe the winner's circle even at 13 to 1. But she's an accomplished filly, and I certainly think she is one to consider here with the 8th race coming up next. 14 minutes away, this kicks off the final pick 3 opportunity of this afternoon. And we'll take a closer look at some of these horses report trackside in a moment. Race 8 up next.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th and featured race, the Terminus Farm, an allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up. 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good, the rail at 30 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Take out the 11 Whoop Car, did not draw into the race. Jockey for number 8, Isabel Alexandra, Jose Ortiz. And the jockey for the 9, Kendall Grace, Andres Calleja. Overweight, the 2 make up, the jockey 5 pounds over. Post time is 6 minutes.
Kickoff here with the number 1 Golden Hostess, Tyler Gaffleone, to ride for trainer Graham Motion. And this mare, she's making her North American debut. She actually has raced in South Africa, and it's kind of a similar story with Graham. He actually got one of these South African exports a few months ago with Isivungu, who actually did win in the De Haas Stakes and actually will be headed towards the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. So he's gotten a couple of these exports from South Africa, and in fact there was a 13-year ban on them exporting out of South Africa to Europe and to the States. So that has been lifted, and that's why we have the opportunity to see some of these South African horses, and it's really cool. This filly, or mare I should say, she's 5 years old. She's a cool customer. It just seems like nothing has fazed her. Obviously she's come a long way, but she's been training at Fair Hill in the morning in Maryland. She ships out here to Keeneland, and she has not turned a hair. She also looks very fit too. She looks happy, good energy on the track. So all positive signs with the number 1 Golden Hostess here. The 3 Just to Care, she's making her second start of the year. Her last start was down at Tampa, where she did have a bit of a hiccup there. She got bumped around, she unseated the rider, and she's been sidelined since then, but you wouldn't know it. She looks very fit. Really a lot of definition behind the saddle. She looks like a horse that can get herself prepared in the morning as well. So I wouldn't worry about fitness being a concern with the number 3 Just to Care. She certainly looks ready off the layoff. And then the number 6 Port Townsend, I do think that we should mention her because she is a filly that I think if she runs back to her races that we saw down at the fairgrounds could be competitive against this field. She went back-to-back in that event, and I think she was a little bit exposed in that Grade 3 Giants Causeway. I like her. I just do wonder if she is as good as some of this competition today. I like how she's acting. She seems like a very sweet filly, and clearly she's better sprinting on the turf. But this will be the true class test for her. If you like her, I think 5-1 is a very fair price. Good group of horses coming up next. We have 2-1 co-favorites. That's the 3 Just to Care and the 4 How About Dem Apples. Race 8 in 3 minutes.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and featured race, the Terminus Farm. Moving into line, race 8. Port Townsend moves into line. Here's Makeup. Just a Care comes forward. Heaven Rules. Isabel Alexandra approaches the gate. How about Dim Apples and Kindle Grace? Here's Crispy Rice. Candy Girl will be the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Just to Care out for the early lead. Just to Care goes right to the front as they head up the backstretch. Port Townsend is up close as well. Makeup is there to the inside. A close third. Isabel Alexandra had an awkward beginning, but is up close. Fourth up on the outside, but wide to the far turn. Crispy Rice is in the 5th position. Candy Girl 6th. How about Dim Apples toward the inside? Is 7th, 7 lengths off the lead as they enter the turn. And then Kindle Grace is 8th up on the outside and moves around Heaven Rules, who's in 9th. Golden Hostess last of the 10. The opening quarter went in 21.5 seconds. Just to Care, the leader off the far turn, leads it by 3 lengths. Makeup comes up the inside. Now switches off the rail from second, trying to catch Just to Care. Just to Care leads it by 3. Here's Makeup on the outside. She's coming after her. Makeup trying to draw a line on Just to Care. Crispy Rice third. How about Dim Apples is 4th and still 6 lengths away. Just to Care, Makeup. How about Dim Apples? Golden Hostess is running late, coming down to the line. Just to Care trying to hang on. Just to Care prevails. Saez 3 in a row.
A win looked a little questionable for Just a Care in deep stretch. Right here, she looked good, but she did have a little bit of pressure from the 2 Makeup, who was stubborn, closing to her outside. That's about the time when the 4 How About Dem Apples starts to get rolling, and then Golden Hostess out of nowhere, picking up the pieces, closing from off of the pace. Just a Care off of a long layoff, having to hold off 3 late challengers in deep stretch and giving Luis Saez 3 wins in a row.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 3, Just a Care first. Number 2, Makeup second. Number 1, Golden Hostess third. Number 4, How About Dem Apples fourth. 3, 2, 1, 4 unofficial. Eighth race results official. 3, 2, 1, 4 the official results. In the winner's circle, official winner of Keeneland's featured 8th race, the Terminus Farm, number 3, Just a Care. Owned by the Ashbrook Farm of Sandra Bromagen, owned by Matthew O'Connor. Upland Flats Racing of Patrick Lewis, owned also by Amy Dunn. Rusty Arnold, the trainer, 3 straight wins for jockey Luis Saez. Just a Care, 4-year-old daughter of Australia, out of Greater Good by Fastnet Rock. The winner bred in Ireland by China Horse Club International Limited. 5.5 furlongs over the turf-listed Good in 1 minute 3.84 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Terminus Farm Trophy presentation to the connections of Just a Care. Keeneland's ninth race upcoming starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Main track is fast. Race 9 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch number 5, 5 aside.
Race 9 coming up next out of 10 today, and this is a good group of horses coming up next for 2-year-old fillies. It's an allowance optional claiming event, a mile and a 16th on the main track, so first wire finish for this upcoming race. And the top play for me is going to be the number 3, Stable Currency. Now, this horse is 7-2 right now, and I guess you have to question what type of field she did beat last time out. It was an off-the-turf event, and it was a smaller field, only a field of 6. But when you beat a field by 22 1/4, that's going to capture some people's attention, and it certainly captured my attention. Now the Connections decide to keep her on the main track today. She's got that one race underneath the belt, and that was going a distance of ground. I love that. I love that she has a route dirt race under the belt, and she can tackle this competition. That could give her a little bit of an edge, because some of these fillies have never tried 2 turns before in the past. And some are, like the 10, are even stretching out from 4.5 to a mile and a 16th. And that is a tough task. So the fact that the 3, Stable Currency, did what she did last time out, I don't really care who she beat, because she beat them by 22 lengths. So she'll be the top selection for me. The number 8, Paradise City, she's making her 2nd career start, and she is currently the 9-5 favorite for trainer Saffie Joseph Jr. She is, again, stretching out from 6.5 to the mile and a 16th today. And, you know, sometimes that can be a bit of a question mark, and we've seen a limited sample size of the sons and daughters of Mackenzie stretch out, but they have done okay with those few that we have seen get some at a distance. She is clearly very fast, but she also has a rating gear. I thought, despite, I mean, even though that she did win first time out, and she clearly had a lot of early speed in that event, she showed a lot of professionalism to stalk from off the pace by just about a couple of lengths and then go on from there. So she clearly has all the qualities of a very nice filly, and hopefully she can get the added distance today. The number 7, Bonfille, is next, and she has tried the turf in the last 2 starts. She actually broke her maiden sprinting on the turf at Colonial Downs. That was 2 starts back. But she also faced the likes of Eclatante first time out at Churchill Downs, and I just really think she was run off her feet that day. It wasn't necessarily the case in her second start. I think that was because of experience, maybe not necessarily the surface. At the end of the day, she might just turn out to be a one-turn turf horse, but I'm willing to take a shot with her that she's actually okay on the main track, and you'll get a good price. She's 21-1, and I think that's kind of how you have to approach this race. Maybe pick a horse who you think is legitimate, like, say, the 8 horse or my top selection and the 3, Stable Currency, and then throw in some prices underneath, because this is a 2-year-old race. They're just getting going. They're just figuring out how to race. Sometimes, the consistency isn't always there, but that can also create some nice payoffs in the end. Race number 9 is up next.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th race, the Margot. Allowance optional claiming race for a price of $100,000. 2-year-old fillies, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch number 5, 5 aside. Race 9 starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Post time in 7 minutes.
Race number 9 is coming up next, and taking a look at some of these horses on track. The one, Quinn's Promise. This is Tom Leach's long shot of the day. She did step up big time in class last time out in the Grade 3 Pocahontas, but her maiden score, 2 starts back at Ellis Park, was quite good. I had mixed feelings about her. Clearly, she was good in her first 2 starts. Did the mud or the wet track kind of help her out with her maiden breaking score, or will we get back to seeing a similar performance as we did at Ellis Park back in late July? But she certainly looks good, looks bright on the track under Corey Lannery, getting a strong warm-up. We'll take a look at a big long shot, the number 2, Sturgeon Moon, for trainer Paula Lobo. I actually don't know how this filly has sprinted so well in her first 2 starts. Given her size and her scope, she is a big filly. Somehow she showed speed and got out of the gate very quickly first time out to actually win going 5 furlongs. And then she came back to run well at 6 furlongs. Look, sometimes fillies can be a little bit confusing, and horses are still okay stretching out in distance. Considering their build, they can be kind of on the bigger side, and they can still kind of stretch out in distance successfully. And maybe that can be her, but she definitely looks built like a 2-turn dirt horse, excuse me. And then finally, the number 10 horse, Bless the Broken. So I had my doubts about this filly because she has only sprinted going 4.5 furlongs, but man, does she look good, and she is fit. She's very strong behind, and she definitely looks like a horse that can handle the 2 turns. Now, does she do it today off of the layoff and just getting to the 2 turns for her first time? We'll see, but I love how she's looking. I would have to say that she was the paddock pick here, just considering her presentation today so far and also her physical presence and build. So we'll see if Bless the Broken can stretch out to a distance of ground today. Race 9 up next.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th race, the Margot. Moving into line, 9th race. Stable Currency moves into line. Here's Paradise City. Caitlin Time comes forward. Bless the Broken, the last one. Going in. First wire at the post. They're off. They're Stable Currency. Stable Currency right out for the early lead, joined by Total Heart to the outside and Quinn's Promise there to the inside. Bless the Broken moves on the far outside from 4th into 3rd, but wide into that first turn. Here's Total Heart from the outside up to challenge Stable Currency for the lead. Bless the Broken 4 wide into the first turn, now 3 wide up to the 3rd position, a length and a half off the lead. Quinn's Promise 4th to the inside. Sturgeon Moon is in 5th in between horses. Caitlin Time is a wide 6th. Paradise City was 3 wide around the turn in 7th position. Bone Fee is in 8th, and Ms. Malice is last of the 9 as the field heads off the turn and up the back stretch. Up front, Total Heart alongside of Stable Currency. Now, those two go at it, and they've got some company because Bless the Broken's 3rd up on the far outside, less than a length off the lead. Then Quinn's Promise is in the 4th position. Paradise City, looking for some more running room, has to thread the needle there, moves toward the outside, into 5th, nearly 5 lengths off the lead, though. And then Caitlin Time, wide to the far turn, in 6th position, followed by Ms. Malice, who's in 7th. And then Bone Fee and Sturgeon Moon last, but just 5 lengths from the lead against the rail as they move midway on the far turn. Stable Currency still has a narrow lead, leads it by just a neck as they move for the top of the stretch. An awkward move for Bless the Broken, who lost ground and drops out to the back of the pack. Less than a quarter mile to go. Stable Currency, the leader. Total Heart 2nd. And here's Quinn's Promise up the inside 3rd. Paradise City is in 4th. And Ms. Malice a wide 5th off the far turn. It is Stable Currency, chased by Quinn's Promise from the outside. Sturgeon Moon back toward the inside. Paradise City is still in 4th. Stable Currency, Sturgeon Moon coming up the inside. Stable Currency, Sturgeon Moon. Stable Currency, Sturgeon Moon. Quinn's Promise, Sturgeon Moon. Evan Roman up the rail for a 31-1 upset.
Sturgeon Moon. She looked like she was having a little bit of a tough time in the first half of the race, but that certainly wasn't the case in the second half of the race, and that's when it matters. This filly saving ground throughout, and once she started to get going, the rail totally opening up towards the inside of the 3, and she just starts to pick up the pieces late. This ground-saving trip was definitely a difference-making trip, but also this filly stretching out to a distance of ground. She physically looked like she was crying out for 2 turns. She finally gets it, and she pulls off a massive upset at 31-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 9th race: 2 Sturgeon Moon was first, 3 Stable Currency second, 1 Quinn's Promise third, 8 Paradise City fourth. 2-3-1-8 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 9th race, the Margot, number 2 Sturgeon Moon, owned by OXO Equine LLC of Larry Best, trained by Paulo Lobo, Evan Roman, the winning jockey. Sturgeon Moon, a 2-year-old filly by Instagrand out of La Regia by Warriors Reward, bred in Kentucky by Phalaris LLC. The Keeneland November sales graduate gets the mile and a 16th over the fast main track in 1 minute 47.75 seconds. Ninth race results official. 2-3-1-8, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Margot Trophy presentation to the connections of Sturgeon Moon. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. The turf listed good, the rail at 30 feet. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. A reminder, the jockey for the 7 Elegant Trip, Eric Asmussen. 7 Elegant Trip, the jockey, Eric Asmussen. Weight is okay.
bombs away in the 9th race today, so we are looking at a pick 6 carryover for tomorrow. So on Saturday afternoon, the pick 6 does kick off in the 5th race around 3 o'clock Eastern time. So maybe get to handicapping, get yourself some past performances, and handicap the pick 6 sequence tomorrow. But we go into the nightcap here. And right now, the 6 is opening up as your 3-1 favorite. This is a challenging race. I'm not surprised to see that the favorite is 3-1, but the 3 Will Take It is going to be the top play for me. He looks great there in the paddock. He has only had 1 start on the turf, and that was 2 starts back at Ellis Park. That was a good group of horses, and he nearly won that race at 13-1. It looked like he handled the conditions of the turf course. I think the mile might have even, going into the race, I thought the mile was a little bit too sharp for him, and it proved that that was not the case because he almost won that race. So We'll Take It. He clearly has been racing on the dirt for the most of his career, but I actually think he's maybe just as good, if not better, on the turf. So he'll be the top play at 5-1. As we take a look at the number 8 horse, Legitimize. He's lightly raced, but he certainly has been impressive in those 2 starts. He did debut at Tampa Bay Downs back in February, I should say. He almost won first time out. And then he came back at a much shorter price at Saratoga over the course of the winter, went wire to wire against that group. My only concern with him and why I did not pick him on top is the cutback in distance. I think he's a horse that kind of liked to get his feet underneath of him. It was a little easier to manage that at 1 1/8, especially considering the fractions that he posted. But now the turn back to the sharp, flat mile, he might get run off his feet a little bit, and I don't know that he can manage that, but we'll see. He is 7-2 right now. I suspect that he's going to be lower by the time we get to post time, though. And then the 11, Sea Singer. Really, what's going to depend on the success of this horse. I think he's probably good enough, but he needs a fast pace to run at. He's 4-1 right now, and the question is, does he get that pace that he needs in front of him? I don't know. Legitimize might be forwardly placed, as I mentioned. We have some sprinters stretching out to 2 turns, like the 4 Azteca's Gold. The rail horse, Devil's Harvest, is kind of fast. I don't know that it's going to be a wickedly fast pace, so he's really going to have to turn it on early and get an appropriately timed move by jockey Tyler Gaffleone. He comes into the race off of a bit of refreshing. So those are the top 3 selections for me. I went 3, 8, 11. We'll take a closer look at this group in a minute. Race 10, the finale, up next.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Stone Tower, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up, 1 mile over the turf-listed good rail at 30 feet. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. A reminder, the jockey for the 7 Elegant Trip, Eric Asmussen. Post time at 6 minutes.
Man, this is a good group of horses, and I think a super challenging race. Right now, your current favorite is the 8 Legitimize at 5-2, but we'll talk about some other horses in here at bigger prices. The number 6 horse, Frontline Warrior, actually really did look the part. I didn't necessarily love him on paper. I think his last 2 races, he's been a bit disappointing. Now, I know he's gone against tougher company, but he is a 3-year-old going against older horses today. He's gone against straight 3-year-olds his entire career, so I thought that was a bit of a class test for him. But he does look very well on the track today for Hall of Famer Shug McGaughey. Blinkers going on, and maybe that'll do the trick and sharpen him up a little bit today. Okay, higher prices that we can consider. The number 7 Elegant Trip. Now, this horse hasn't gone a distance of ground in quite some time, but I actually like the slow progression that this horse has been getting. He came back off of the long layoff to sprint 5.5 furlongs. He won that race, and then he came back to not really show up at Kentucky Downs. But in the past, I think he's been capable of being able to run a distance of ground, and he honestly looks like a different horse this year. Looked really well turned out for Rusty Arnold. I like what I see from the 7 Elegant Trip. And then finally, the number 12, Summer and Adrian, is another horse that I wanted to throw into the mix. Now, this horse, he has only gone a distance of ground twice. One time was at the fairgrounds at 1 1/16. He showed speed and completely stopped that day. But the other time, he almost won. He almost broke his maiden going 1 1/16 on the turf course. So, yes, he might want to sprint at the end of the day, and this post position might be tricky for him, but he looks fantastic on the track today for trainer Mike Maker, and he does come out of a tough race last time out against Joe Shiesty. Wheeling back off short rest, I think, is a good sign as well. We'll see what happens. He's 23-1, a competitive group for today's nightcap. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Stone Tower. Moving into line, 10th race. Here's Will Take It coming forward. Lobo Salvaje approaches the gate. Azteca's Gold. Royal Sandrin. Frontline Warrior goes in. Mount Rundle comes forward. Here's Sea Singer. Summer and Adrienne, the last one, goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There's Devil's Harvest for the lead from the inside. Mount Rundle and Legitimize moving up as well. Legitimize in between horses moves forward alongside of Devil's Harvest. Mount Rundle goes third for the move into the first turn, followed by Azteca's Gold, who slides down next to the rail in fourth. Elegant Trip is in fifth. Mount Rundle wide in that fourth position around the first turn. Lobo Salvaje further back, a lane off the rail, sixth. Frontline Warrior saves ground to the inside, seventh, along with Sea Singer, who's eighth in between horses off the first turn. And there's Summer and Adrienne, who's out in the center of the course in ninth. Thomas Aquinas 10th, Will Take It as 11th, and Royal Sandrin last of the 12, the opening quarter, 23.4 seconds. Devil's Harvest the leader. Midpoint of the backstretch, it is Devil's Harvest who leads by a length and a half. Legitimize stalks the pace from second position. Azteca's Gold is third toward the inside, 3/4 of a length, and then Mount Rundle fourth on the outside, followed by Elegant Trip in fifth, 47.69 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Devil's Harvest still leads. The lead is 2 lengths midway on the far turn. Mount Rundle to the far outside, and Azteca's Gold to the inside on either side of Legitimize, who's still there, contesting that second position, but 2.5 lengths off the lead. Lobo Salvaje comes next off the far turn. Quarter mile to go. Devil's Harvest the one to catch, and leads it by 3 lengths. Mount Rundle is second. Legitimize is in third position into the final furlong. Devil's Harvest still has the lead. It's 3.5 lengths. Mount Rundle in the second position. Elegant Trip then Will Take It between horses. Royal Sandrin runs late from far back. It is Devil's Harvest in front. Royal Sandrin runs on from the center of the course. Devil's Harvest, front-running victory. Samuel Bermudez aboard.
We certainly have seen some nice prices today, especially in the second half of the card. And here's another one, the number 1 Devil's Harvest, taking the field gate to wire. I certainly thought that this horse would take a little bit more pace pressure, but that was not the case. The 8 trying to run with him early, and he could not keep up going this flat mile. But the 1 Devil's Harvest pulling off a minor upset in today's nightcap. It's close for second, but no doubt about the winner, the 1 Devil's Harvest at 9-1.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. Number 1, Devil's Harvest first. Number 5, Royal Sandrin second. Number 3, We'll Take It third. Number 7, Elegant Trip fourth. Number 2, Thomas Aquinas fifth. 15372 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Stone Tower, the unofficial winner, number 1 Devil's Harvest, owned by Nirvana Farm, LLC, of Charlie Allen, trained by Kent Knudsen, Samuel Bermudez, the jockey. Devil's Harvest, a 4-year-old gelded son of Spring Warrior out of Devilage by Devil on Ice, bred in Oregon by Andrea Mangucci. The 1 mile over the turf listed good today to Devil's Harvest, now the official winner, 15372, those results official. There will be a pick 6 carryover for tomorrow's card, $26,808. There is a 5 of 6 for the pick six today. Super High 5 has a carryover $7,840 for that Toyota Super High 5 carryover. Late pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. In the winner's circle, the Stone Tower trophy presentation to the connections of Devil's Harvest. The second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, remain open for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.